Yo, everyone, welcome to the fourth official episode of the Loncast. Here we got a very special edition. Gonna be talking with three buds that I really love about something special coming to you soon, this WNF BB tag ratio list. But let's get started with the introduction of what this is. So, in general, we at the WNF crew have always really liked the idea of a ratio tournament, and we're going to decide to run one of our own with our own criteria. And we just wanted to create this video to help people and whether it's players or viewers understand the logic behind some of our placements. Characters on this list are going to be evaluated based on kind of a theoretical strength within a limited slash reduced power metagame. So um, some placements on this list might seem a little harsh going into it, but we should hopefully be able to explain some of why that's the case. And just generally, this list is here to create a healthy environment in which more teams are effective or viable. But let's get on to the criteria. So our general metrics are that each character will be rated from a scale to 1 to 6, 6 being obviously more powerful characters, 1 being less powerful characters. We'll get into the specifics of that soon, but however, we should note that Yumi and Adachi will be banned for this tournament. We feel like even though those characters will be limited, they have very unfun and kind of unhealthy play patterns in which they might impress the metagame still, even if they have limited options. So we just opted to ban them because we thought that it would be more interesting. Another big disclaimer is that this is not a tier list. We are not making an assertion of how strong a character is in our current game. Rather, this is just here to help set the precedent of what this ratio tournament is here for. But we have some specific metrics if you would like to see them here. So 6 characters are characters that generally define our current metagame, and that would be too oppressive if left unchecked. All characters in this tier should be forced to play with a partner with little to no synergy. 5 characters are characters that would be strong, but not oppressively strong, even in this reduced power metagame. Characters in 5 should have like very minimal synergies, but still have some viable partners and are generally operable solo. 4 characters are solid characters that will retain their power even in a reduced power metagame. Not as problematic as some of like 5 or 6 characters, but still have generally solid synergy. And it's something also important to note that a lot of strong support-oriented characters will be in this tier too. 3 are generally middling characters, usually characters that benefit a decent amount from the reduced power metagame, but otherwise stay kind of in that middle of the pack area in terms of viability. 2 are mediocre characters that generally struggle, but would theoretically benefit a little bit in this environment. Characters who bring something to the table for higher point characters, but are generally weak on their own. And 1 are the bottom of the barrel characters. Despite like the environment, they're still gonna struggle a lot, and they should provide very little to any given characters. But yeah, that's going to be our system. That's going to be our criteria. But I think we have to make some proper introductions. Why don't you all introduce yourselves?
This is Z30, stream runner for WNF. Happy to be here. I initially pitched this idea to Cheap, and he was on board with this, so I'm excited to finally do this.
Yeah, this is Master Cheap, also TO and usual bracket runner for WNF BB Tag. Again, was as E30 mentioned, was pitched this idea from him, and yeah, I'd say it's an interesting idea, and would love to do something like this. So yeah, this is gonna be fun to discuss.
Hello, what's up? What's cracking? My name is Kraken Atkins. Happy to be here. I actually have a couple of unannounced and like unpublished like BB tag videos that will be coming out like within the next couple like weeks. So this kind of falls in line with that. So I'm happy to like do this alongside working on those videos and just talk about BB tag metagame. So thanks for having me.
Yes, it's great to have you all. We've definitely pondered this idea for quite a while, and like yeah, we thought that this video would be very helpful for the general community. But here is our tier list. As you can see, Adachi, Yumi our band, but we will be going in general alphabetical order, starting with Aigis / Aegis. So, boys, where are we putting them?
He's gonna-
Oh, who's gonna go? Who's gonna go first? I knew this was gonna happen. Who's gonna go first here?
Great start.
Okay, so I guess I'll start. I personally think like even though like she does have like some notoriety with like her high damage output, I think she's a 4 personally. Like she does decent in terms of like the sheer damage output, but neutral is really kind of a struggle for her in a lot of situations, and also her assist kit definitely leaves something to be desired. So that's my rationale for putting her there.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in the general boat of putting her in 5 because like I think her ideal game plan is explosive enough, and I think if we were to put her in 4, that gives her like a lot more of a diverse spread of teams that could be pretty egregious in this format. So I think just like
Mm.
front loading a lot of the capabilities to Aegis and putting her in 5, I think is the for me. I think it's the best way to go.
Mm.
I think this character is broken. Like, uh, but not a 6. But like with my bias, I'd have her in 5. Similar to E30's rationale in 4, and of course we haven't filled out anything yet, so I don't know who we have in 3. But I just don't want her to have I don't think she should have access to characters in 3. I think she should be forced to work with like a 2 or a 1. However, I can see rationale for both. I can see rationale for 5 and 4. Just personally, I have her at 5.
I can understand. I can understand for sure.
Yeah, I'm of the general opinion that we put her in 5 as a very safe
Mhm.
pick, mostly just because like as we've been saying, like she can be a very explosive character, and with the general lack of more of the oppressive characters who tend to be on like the zoning end, like I'm spoilers, I feel like we have a generally good opinion on Hilda, but like like kind of like lacking those general checks for her neutral game is going to lead to her being able to run her game plan a lot more efficiently and a lot more consistently without a lot of the top tier checks in the ecosystem. So I think it's going to be generally safer if we do place her at 5, even though I could see her being in a borderline. I think that this character is polarizing and explosive enough to where if in this environment where there's less characters to really bring her down, that she's going to be too oppressive if we put into her 4.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I,
It's looking like, or sorry.
yeah. I think I was about to say the same thing. Yeah, I think like for now, we can proportionally scale if need be, as we mentioned at the beginning of this. Or I don't know if we mentioned it yet, but at the end of it, once we have everyone on the board, we will be doing some fine tuning to get everyone in a maybe a better placement or a quote unquote proper placement by our metrics. So I think for now we can put her sitting in 5, and then if need be, we can adjust her at the end.
Right.
Because the other thing too to consider is like, okay, yeah, we're talking about theoretical, like, oh, the team members that she could have, but we don't have those set yet. So
Yeah.
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 I think for now, like 5 is a good spot to put her in. Then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree there. All right, Akatsuki, a generally pretty good character in today's metagame with a lot of support tools, solid on point. Um, I would personally lead him towards being a 5 just because of that support value might be a little too strong as a 4, but what do you guys think?
Yeah, I also have him as a 5. I think the thing about Akatsuki is that like he has some capabilities of his kit that are going to be useful pretty much no matter what. Like although he's support, he just has like some invaluable tools, 2 in particular. Well, actually 3 in particular that I think literally every character could benefit from and just makes him inherently valuable. One being his 5p. Like his 5p is like an amazing assist. Two being his parry. Like his parry is dumb. It is like something that like everybody has to play around. You have to like completely rethink how you structure pressure around him, or like even play neutral around him because of the parry. And then two is B Tatsu. Like B Tatsu gives every character in the game a win, like some type of win condition or something that you can strive for, because it basically gives every character in the game an unblockable setup. So on top of him having good damage, good resonance potential as well. Like he's everything, man. And I think for that he gets placed 5. He's not egregious with it, and he does benefit from a dodge enemy being banned. But I don't think it's so much so that he should be 6. I think he's a comfortable 5.
Yeah, I'm in general agreement. Like, I think in this current metagame that we have, I do believe that like Akatsuki has also like a decent amount of viability as a solo character. He's able to operate independently pretty well. Like, I know there's probably just going to be people saying like, "Oh, he's a mid dispenser." He doesn't really have a lot of good solo mix, but I think just because of his general toolkit, even as a solo character, on top of if that guy gets a hit, that's going to do a good chunk of damage depending on the right. So I think 5 is a good place to put him. And as Akin says, I don't think he's super egregious, and I don't think the meta shifts so much that he should be in a 6. But I still think he should have partners that he can play.
Yeah, I definitely think the same as well. Like as mentioned before, he does have a lot of tools that kind of, I wouldn't let him necessarily say let him ignore stuff, but like as Atkins mentioned, it's just like you got to play around it a lot more than other characters. So it's something that he just has an advantage of over like a like what 90-95% of the cast. It's insane because like anyone else who has a counter DP, like Yosuke, Chie, even Hakumen to a degree, like they still kind of have to hold whatever is like coming afterwards if it's like still a continuous hitbox. Akatsuki, he can just keep parrying, he can just keep doing that, and it's like you have to kind of respect what option he might go for afterwards. So it's like that's one factor, and as stated before, he just, even though he's a mid dispenser, like he can still set up like unblockables with almost no matter what his partner is. So I definitely think like, yeah, five is a good spot to have him in. Again, if he had more range with his moves, I would say like maybe put him at 6, but because of the fact that he still has to play quote unquote honestly to a degree, I think that's what puts him at 5.
Yeah, I think a unanimous 5 agreement there is warranted.
Yeah.
All right. Moving on to the next character, Akihiko, one of the most terrifying characters in the game, has really strong well, damage obviously, but pretty surprisingly strong buttons too for a brawler S characters, and he has that oh so threatening sway, something that can very much ignore a lot of what pretty much every character has to deal with. This character's been a menace, and I would personally vouch for him being a 6.
I think I have my bias showing with this placement because I put him at 5 because like he does have like the damage capability. He does have a lot of things, but I mean, still there are some exploits that you can have like whenever he does do sway. I mean, I know it's like he's putting you in RPS situations, but at the same time, it's like you can still guess correctly against him. Like, granted, again, the deck is stacked in his favor, of course, but I personally don't feel like he had enough to warrant a 6, but that might be honestly because I mean the character. I don't know. That's how I felt about him. And plus his assist kit is generally like 4P is all right, 6P kind of good at checking from a distance, and 5P is a serviceable lockdown, but not to like the degree of like other characters that I personally put at 6. So that again, that's just what I had for him.
Yeah, like I can see things going either way because it's I do understand where you're coming from, Chief, when it comes to this character, but I do also just believe in just the explosive potential that this character has. Even if he's like provided that you have a meter for it and it's in an ideal situation, even if he's at a 6, like he can I know he has a couple checks, but I think his ability to operate independently and just how explosive that his character is, like even like in a lot of situations, and like I said with the right starter, I feel like every game that Akihiko's in is effectively a 4-touch situation because his damage output is just that insane where like he can 2-touch most, if not the majority of the cast, provided that he has the meter to do so.
Yeah, no spoilers. But Akihiko and I think Tager are the two characters that I went back and forth on the most with placement, and I couldn't make up my mind about. Um, Ultimately, I landed on Akihiko 6, but I don't have qualms if he ends up 5. I think a big thing to consider is, I mean, I'm no Akihiko specialist or anything, but I feel like Akihiko Yumi is probably his best team, um, and like that's not available here, right? So he would, and like a lot of the what I, I don't know. Like what other Akihiko teams are there? Like I know that like Cheap obviously you play like Ragna Akihiko, but in terms of like his best teams, like
I
what
think one
is
of his
there?
best teams is like Waldstein paired up with him.
Aki
Just like
Yuzu is still pretty good too.
yeah, that
Oh
one
yeah,
too
yeah.
as well. Yeah.
Yeah. His general viable team options aren't huge, but I think Aki is the type of character that's workable with a good chunk of characters, especially when there's not a lot of his checks lying around. Um it's kind of hard to quantify this character because I'm of the general opinion that this is the weakest 6 that I want to place in 6. Um because I feel like he's generally limited, and like as Cheap said, his assist gets like not super great. So, but at the same time, just that explosiveness is there. His ability to ignore a lot of what people want to do with sway, and what I'm imagining people are going to be gravitating towards. Like if we gave Akihiko an inch, he'll take a mile. I
Mm.
think this is one of these dangerous characters that we might need to limit because he might be workable with a lot of good, like decent 2 characters and be like too oppressive otherwise. But like this can definitely be a placement that could move if we deem it's not toxic enough.
Right.
But I'm still an advocate for him being in 6.
Yeah. I mean, based off my personal list that I have, if he was a 5, the characters that I see in 2 are like I don't know how well they would enable them. I mean, enable him. But if anybody wanted to take up that mantle, I'd be interested to see it. I don't know if that's like a good way to look at it, but that's my take.
That's kind of the same case for me. That's why I put him at where I put him as well with the considerations. But again, we can fine tune this again once we have a lot of these things set. So
Uh, it's seeming like majority says 6 for now.
it's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think put him in 6 for now, but I think once we like really flesh out like the 1s and 2s, we can shift them around.
Yeah, I think that's for the best because like I I generally think Aki, even in our current metagame, isn't a particularly toxic character where we need to limit him. As strong as he is, it's just like yeah, there might be characters with more grime where he gets placed down, or if he belongs there. We'll see, but I didn't even realize these two like big gorilla monster freaking characters are next to each other. But Azrael, what boys? What do we think about Azrael? Because I think this could be a potential contentious placement.
Yeah, I'll take the reins at this one.
Okay,
Yeah.
which uh, what is between you and Cheap and Ether? What do you guys think?
Like I want to say like so I want to preface by saying I think there's potential to be a 4, but I feel like putting him in 3 is like where like I probably have him. Probably because like yeah, he does have like the ridiculous damage output similar to Akihiko, but like the methods to achieve it is just like he just has to work so much harder for like compared he has to work so much harder for just getting an opening on a character compared to like Aki to where he's definitely a struggle character in like in neutral in a lot of aspects when he has to operate solo. Um, but like he does have the damage output to make up for it to just not be put in like one or like somewhere like two. So I think like four might be a little too much of an ankle breaker for him, but I think three might be a good spot.
Mhm.
Man, you saying this makes me feel like a crazy person. I put him in 5.
Oof.
Damn.
Yeah, that's sorry, go on. Explain.
I feel like I'm absolutely insane for thinking that now, but I I put him. My rationale there was kind of in a similar vein to Akihiko, how he's just like, yeah, no, he's got damage potential. He's got methods like of dealing with people acting out of his range, and step dash as well is like something that kind of trips up a lot of people if like whenever like they're having to like navigate neutral around him. Um, you are right that he does also still struggle dealing with that situation. But I mean, once this man gets a hit, you're taking 10K for potentially like for a meter at the very least. Like he reasonably puts you in a two-touch situation, like consistently, and he is a method of comboing into resonance solo, like by himself. So it's just something that I like things that I've considered and when I've seen it with him. It's just like, yeah, he's like not necessarily got too much insane outside of that, but I felt like that was in a similar vein to Akihiko in that regard.
I see. I see. Okay. I'll chime in now because I think it's funny. Somebody said 3, somebody said 5. Based on the metrics that we have, I put him in 4. And the reason why I put him in 4 is because I think this character is flipping burgers at McDonald's without a solid support. And the support characters are supposed to go in 4, right? So if he's theoretically in 3, he has access to good support characters, and that feels it like I think because of the wording of the tier system is why I have him in 4. I have him in 4 so he doesn't have access to people in 4. Otherwise, like I think I would have him in 3, but like because of the ratio system, and that's why there's not a tier list, I have him in 4.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Oh god.
Oh boy.
I really do not have a solid because like you guys are like went through the entire spectrum of I was thinking of where I'm like, yeah, I put him in 5. I think he'd be too toxic otherwise. But I'm like, kind of struggles in neutral. Put him in 3. Like maybe he's not so toxic. Maybe we compromise. Put him in 4. So
Oh
I
jeez.
was right to think that this was contentious because like he's such a weird character to evaluate because obviously this is super theoretical. It's really hard to conceptualize because like in our current metagame, right? Like I would consider him weirdly toxic, but not like oppressive. Like he's not everywhere, right? Like he's a toxic character, but he's not oppressive. And because he's kind of has that toxic like game plan where it's very polarizing, very feast or famine, like I want to rate him higher just based off that, but just it's objectively true like he struggles so much. And okay, like we have to answer one question. how how unfun would it be if Azrael had more tools? What do you guys generally think on that spectrum? I know you guys I can kind of assume based off your scoring, but like I want to hear your opinions.
Like I'll start because I was on the lower end. Or I was like lowballing. Like it's it's really hard to quantify because like let's say we do put him in 3 or if we did put him in 3, they just has access to those support characters, and I think it's just it's very similar to Azrael's like strongest team at the moment, I believe, Chie, where that team is just like so snowball heavy to where like games could end just very quickly just with Azrael having just a good just a good person behind them just to back them up and cover some of the weak. So like it's hard, and after hearing everyone, I'm actually like honestly leaning more towards 4 because like Atkins brought up a good point of if he has access to some of the 4 characters, which are gonna be some of where the support characters are going to be, it's I think Azrael is going to have a leg up and is probably going to scale higher than we initially expect.
Mhm. Yeah, like. Or sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say. Well, I was gonna go next, but if you wanted to put in some opinion,
Yeah,
yeah,
like
go ahead.
my general input is like, yeah, I would lean on the side of 4 as well, just so we can prevent some of that just prevent some of that like super fast games in which this decided purely off did Azrael get a hit, and him having access to tools in 4 would probably be too much. But yeah, you can go on, Cheap.
I mean, God, yeah, it's just I'm just thinking about it and I'm just like I've seen what the character is capable of like so much, even with like not necessarily a great assist kit, and I'm just thinking like I don't necessarily want to kneecap him, but at the same time, I don't want him to have too much available to him. And that was kind of my rationale as well of like putting him where I did, because I was like, yeah, he's very capable of snowballing insanely quick if the opportunity arises.
Yeah, I mean, I think those types of Azrael style games can happen with based off what I have. It can happen with partners that are in 2, 3, or 4. It's just like what level of gap do you want the Azrael player to implement? Like what level of like enabling for an Azrael style game do you want him to have available? And like I don't know. The characters that are in 3, like I mean sure an Azrael style game can happen, but these like characters that I have here aren't like tailored to be his well, I can see one of them though would actually be kind of toxic, but that's fine. Um yeah, I think 4 could work. I think 4 could work, but this is definitely a pending one. We might have to go back because I don't know what everybody else's like 3s look like.
Yeah. I think we're leaning towards majority 4 right now, but we can definitely move him up or down depending on that. Because yeah, I think everyone brings up great points, and God, this character's so weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, like ultimately, I think it's just like he has his highest highs and lowest lows. But like, if we're going to compare characters in terms of just like, if I want to break the character down like in really simplistic terms, it's just insane damage output, struggles, and neutral. I think Aegis just has like Aegis is in 5, and I think she has like an easier time just like navigating by herself compared. Because like
Mhm.
even like if she really wants to, she has like her options to play more of a range game if she doesn't want to go in. Her like held B button could just be a way of keeping an opponent out temporarily until an opportunity arises for them to go in. But Azrael just has to sometimes just grovel and struggle his way into getting to an effective range and praying that he can land a hit sometime.
I'm really glad you said that, especially the part about like he's a character that like does big damage but like struggles to get in, and you made the comparison to Aigis because now I'm looking at another character that I have in 5, and like that character is very similar to Azrael, but they're definitely tiers apart. So that makes me strongly believe that he should probably be in 4 now because he ain't them. He ain't them.
Yeah. Since you had a 5, Chief, do you have anything you want to advocate for 5, or are you fine with 4?
I mean, I've already said my piece on him. Like, considering the characters I have, like some of them in 3, it's just like I don't know if I want to necessarily see that come to fruition. But again, this is something we keep mentioning it, but it is definitely a big factor of just like fine tuning as things are more clearly laid out of who is where. So for now, I guess I would be fine with 4, just to see like where we have everybody else situated, and then making the a decision if need be for him later on down the line.
For sure, for sure.
Yeah, okay. All right, let's move on to Blake. A very weird character to say the least, but one I firmly have believed in the strength of for a while. Has really good, like really cracked assists even. Um really long buttons in order to kind of oppress people in neutral. And a very unique air stall game plan that can be really annoying for a lot of characters to deal with. I'm reading between a 4 and a 5, but I would like to hear everyone's thoughts.
Interesting. I have her at 4. Because I don't want her to have good support characters. 5 is an interesting take I hadn't considered. I didn't ponder on Blake too much, but yeah, I think she could be in 4 and be fine. That's where ultimately where I placed her. I mean, in terms of like how she played, I think you laid it out like perfectly. I do think the absence of Adachi and Ayumi makes her better, like comparatively, just like within context of the tournament. Like I think she has more value if Adachi and Yumi aren't there. I don't know if it's enough to boot her up to a 5. I think she's pretty comfortable in 4, in my opinion.
Yeah. Not cheaper E30. Got any thoughts?
Yeah, I'll go. I think I'm in general agreement of being in 4 because like although like I think she is a pretty tricky character. And she does have a really solid assist kit. Like there's not a bad assist in her overall kit. It's just I think one of the things that is going to bottleneck her a little bit is just compared to some other characters, she does lose out pretty handily in the damage race. So while I think 5 is like is a is a place that could be considered for her, I think like she's going to be I think she can be played as a more support oriented character, but she doesn't exactly struggle as a solo character either. But let's just say compared to like Akatsuki on here already, like the damage race between those two is just night and day, but they do have very solid assist kits. So I think 4 for now, but I can see discussions being made for 5.
Once again, I feel like I'm a deranged person. I initially had her at 3 because I don't know. Again, hearing the arguments is just like, man, maybe I didn't really think too much about this character because I didn't put much consideration into her, just because I don't see this character anymore.
Yeah.
But like, but I do understand where everyone's coming from with their rationales on it, because her assist kit is capable of stealing corner. By the way, like it is very much capable of doing that, or like making it so that you get out of the corner regardless. So it's definitely something to consider as well, like with her support value. And yeah, I had her at 3, but I'm like hearing like what people like said. I'm like, maybe I was lowballing her. Yeah, no. So I with that in mind, I think I'd actually just put her in 4 then.
Yeah, it's such a rare character nowadays, but yeah, I think four is healthy. I don't see her even if she does have strong comps, and like the point of the list isn't to nerf all strong comps. It's just the super oppressive ones. I don't really see Blake being in a position where she's toxic enough to be in a 5.
Yeah, and like
Uh,
I know it's not like a super prevalent thing, but I definitely think like it's not the most important thing, but I do think the damage race does equate quite a bit in certain team comps. And I think like Blake's relative low damage output is doesn't really help her in this case.
Mhm.
But yeah, that's my like that's my equation on why she's like sitting more towards 4.
All right. It looks like we're leaning more towards a 4 placement unanimously.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Sounds good. Next character, Blitztank. Another really weird one. Like all the weird characters at the top of the list. Uh, I don't know. Like my gut tells me a 3 because funny big tank 4P go burr, but like he's a weird character otherwise. He's a good zoner, but he's so exploitable by a lot of characters that just kind of keep him in check. He has access to a lot of potential unblockables, which I think would be the main determining factor because my heart's telling me 3, but there's that inkling of like doubt and fear telling me we should put him in 4 because those unblockables are something to fear.
Yeah, I think you've already laid out the you've put like you've shown the cards on the table, right? As to what it pertains with this character, right? Obviously, he has like almost similar to Akatsuki, valuable things in his kit that are going to be universally applicable, right? To where he has like unblockables that he would be able to set up with a good amount of the cast, varying degrees of usability depending on which character that it is, and then also he has like the parry. DP, parry style DP as well. So really, ultimately, the question is, does him being a big boy and like a very awkward character outweigh what his win con is, and should it be enabled given that is the case? I had him at 3 as well. I ultimately came to the conclusion of like, yeah, his negatives. And this is where it also comes to the equation. Like, this isn't a tier list because there are characters I have in 4 that I think Blitztank is a better character than. Um, but I think he goes into 3 because I don't. His playstyle being enabled, I think, is justified given how awkward of a character he is and some of the character specific downfalls that he kind of goes through.
Mhm.
I mean, for me, yeah, a lot of his downsides were like, okay, he's got a massive, massive hurt box. I mean, he's a tank, of course he is. I mean, I've seen tank specific combos with this character and nobody else is able to do. Also, what does he do if you jump in on him? He doesn't have a reasonable anti-air. He doesn't have a lot of. He's got like a lot of negatives that I feel outweigh like a good amount of his positives. Like, so I put him in 3, but like on the kind of lowest end of it. Like, I was really considering putting him in 2 because he's a lot of his stuff just, even though he is like a good zoner with like his laser beams and all of that, it's just like there's just so many faults that he has that it's just like, I don't know. I felt like a lot of things outweighed him. I mean, his unblockable setups and all of that, sure, like him having the support for that could reasonably like bump him up, but I don't know. Like I still I put him at 3, but I was like, I could reasonably see him in 2.
I think what's another funny thing about this character is that I've seen high level success with this character with pairings of characters that are in 5, 4, 3, and 2. So it kind of like, yeah, he's a little hard to rate for that reason. I've seen him have success with so many different, like, varied tiers of characters. It's just like, I don't know, but I think 3 is fair.
Yeah, like
E30 would.
oh yeah, like yeah, I think a general agreement. Like I was thinking about putting him in 2, but I think 3 just I think 3 is the most like sensible place for him at the moment because if I'm looking at like if I'm looking at a team that I can see being like kind of egregious for him is Akatsuki Blitztank has shown like a lot of good viability and promise, and like that team can get pretty toxic sometimes. So
Yeah.
like considering that, but also just like I think I think Blitztank is another character of like highest highs and lowest lows in terms of yeah, you can run a pretty solid game plan, but it can fall apart pretty easily. And there's like a couple of characters that can like check him for that. Even some characters I think like even lower on this number list can just deal with him or just stay in like a in a general range or a general area where it's just like what does this guy do unless he has an assist that can cover that angle for him. So I think like his damage output is like really solid too, provided the right starter and like if you're in the corner something like that, or if he just gets a like a good shot with his 236C. And like 236C in the super does like an easy like what 7K. So it's like I know he like in his average combos do tickle, but in terms of his general zoning capabilities and how he's rewarded off of those by getting a good snipe is pretty high up there compared to some other characters. So I think 3 is a really solid place for him.
Yeah, the way I think about Blitztank, which is, I mean, this is just my view as a Batista player, is like when I'm in Resonance and I hit laser, I always want to confirm it in the super, and I'm just like, oh yeah, I'm in Resonance. I can do that. Hold that. Tank can just do that, like at any time. He doesn't have to be in Resonance. That's literally a part of his core game plan. I'm like, man, must be nice. But yeah. I actually, I don't know if this one, I don't know if this one varies based off of whoever we have, like, on the list lower or like where the other places fill out. Like tank players are gonna find a way if they want to play tank. So ultimately, like it's kind of determining what he has at his disposal, and I think 3 is fair.
Yeah, I'm looking at like my personal like mental list, and like I can see one team being potentially toxic, but like we get there when we get there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's any character with unblockables we gotta treat a little lightly. So I think 3 is or not treat lightly. So a 3 is a cautious good place for me right now.
Sure.
So yeah. All right, Carmine. Someone that I don't see that often, like anymore, surprisingly, but someone that I think has kind of defined our metagame in a lot of ways. Cracked buttons, really cracked projectiles, insane damage output for the type of character he is. Um, Surprisingly bulky despite the fact that he drains his own health. I don't see anywhere but a 6.
He's a 6, and I don't have anything else to add.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
you covered
I
it.
agree.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah.
just yeah, get him in there.
I got nothing left to say.
Yeah, like we're on agreement. Like you know what you just said. Like we're on agreement on it. So it's just yeah, by my 6.
All right, Celica. E30. I think it's only fitting that you give your point first as the specialist and as someone who has devoted too much time to this character in a. I think you should go first.
Okay. For the record, I am not the I am not the specialist in main core. That is Tomoe. Just for the people that are watching that may think I've stolen his title, I have not. But so there's 2 ways of going about it, and like I'll highlight where I would ultimately put her, but I am open for the discussion of the next tier. So I ultimately put her in 2 because I think like for one, her 2 main good tools are 5A and JC because 5A is just like 8 frame button that that like effectively has made her in contention for best round start in the game. And it's just like it's so freeform in terms of what you can do in terms of pressure. You know, you can go like 5A, 2A, 5A, like rebeat back into it. And 5A alone is a jump cancelable button on hit and on block. So there's a lot of stuff that's just really good in terms of just like keeping out and just like either starting pressure or just trying to keep someone at bay. And then JC is just a super good way to either get a cheeky way to just descend to the ground very quickly and it's at a pretty steep angle. On top of it being with like paired up with an assist, you can make it safe. And it's also good as like an instant overhead tool. And if you really need to, that move is also special cancel on block. So she doesn't deal with like she doesn't struggle like let's say with Hilda where it's a safe button, but you can't do anything afterwards unless you have an assist. and the Narukami where it's only cancelable on hit. But I think with the rest of her kit in mind, the reason why I put her in 2 is because 5B is a big button, 10 frame, but head info also comes at frame 10, so it's a pretty unreliable anti-air. Like, from my experience, you have to use it very reactively. Or like not reactively, but you have to use it like preemptively. But there's a lot of situations I've been put into where it just does more harm than good because it's if you try and use it reactively and the opponent is ready for it, you can just totally just double jump it, make it whiff, and the recovery is so insane on it where they can just get easily swatted out. Or, even if you do cancel into 5EB, there's just a lot of things that people can either catch her or just put you in a different disadvantaged situation because every single 5B or like B follow up for Celica is pretty punishable and block. Not to mention her outside of her JC, which is mainly used as like a cross up or like a just button for descent. Her buttons are pretty weak. JV is more of a combo fodder and like a cheeky um like anti-air bait button, and then JA is just I don't want to talk about the one. That's like what 11, 12 frames, and it's just I think the hurt box extends out further out than the hitbox, so it's pretty rough. But I like overall the reason why I put it into is that although I think like Celica's 5A and JC is like a cut above some characters, even in like those two tools are better than like some like comparatively to those tools are comparatively better to some like of the better tools that people even have in like 5 or 4 even. But I don't think those two tools make up for the rest of the shortcomings that she does. So like I put her in 2, but I can see an argument for 3 depending on where everyone else lands.
Yeah, I have about 3 or 4 characters that are in 2, and they're in 2 because, in theory, right, on paper, with their kit, they should be characters that are supposed to be in 3 or 4 conceptually as a character design, but because Mori fucked up, they're 2s, and that's where Celica goes. Like, in theory, Celica should be, like, probably better than what she is. You already stated like the qualities of the character, but in practice, I don't think that she really needs to go any higher. 1 would be egregious. She's gonna get some toxic shit at 1. 2 with pairings of like everybody that isn't a 6. Looking at it, I'm like that's fine. Celica can have that. So that's ultimately my reasoning, and some of the reasoning of some other characters that I have in 2s, but we'll get to that later.
Celica was a bit of a point of contention for me, considering, again, as was mentioned before, like on paper she should be reasonably a 3. In practice, she's a 2. But like I could see arguments being made for 3. Like I had to really like think about where do I put this character between these 2. I mean, yeah, with what I ended up having, I was thinking like, yeah, it wouldn't be bad if she was a 2, but also is I don't know. It was I mean, I've only played against the character like against a handful of people, you included, E30, and it's just like I don't know. Some things she has going for her, but other things it's just like, why did they do this to her?
You needed 1 more patch, man.
Like, like I. It was kind of the same case with Blitztank in a sense. Like I put her like probably like almost in the lowest area of 3, but I could see her being a 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm also with Cheap. I'm being very it's very contentious for me between 2 and a 3, just because like she does only really have 2 good tools, but like gosh damn, those tools are like really good. Like dive kick plus assist is one of the stupidest things you can do with this character, and like in my opinion, she has one of the best dive kicks in the game. So if we don't really limit her, she might just be rolling around scot-free without a lot of her checks to just that. And like Celica in a pressure sequence is surprisingly solid too. It's just like, yeah, she has so many faults. Her air game's awful. Her anti-air's inconsistent. Her assists are like pretty meh. Like 5P's pretty good, but like her other assists are like, let's not talk about 4P. It's awful.
It's not
So
real.
it's yeah. It's like
It's an inputter.
like my determination for her getting into 3 is how toxic do I think dive kick neutral would be, and I'm leaning towards it's probably fine with everything else that we're going to be allowing in this metagame, especially for the character that I think would theoretically see the most use. I think it'll be fine.
Yeah. I will say, with that being said, Moth might win this tournament.
Yeah, no, I think so. I think so too. We'll get to that, but I think so too.
There's no way to limit Moth from winning this tournament. It's actually impossible. But yeah, even so, I think it's true.
Yeah. I think for now, just a highballer, because like I said, I'm like, I can go either way in terms of where the character stands, and I can see the arguments for both. Because like, I did list all the flaws, but like, damn, 5P, 5P or 5B, no, god damn it, CF, 5A and JC are just that good of a tool. So, but I mean, I think for now, like, I think we can just highball her and put her at C or I mean at 3 and go from there.
Mm.
I'm fine with highballing her, but like definitely like willing to just move her down to 2.
Yeah, I think
I'm open to either.
for now, let's put her sitting at 2, just so we could like proportionally scale later on.
Yeah. Like she might end up staying there, and I'd be fine with that.
Yeah.
All right, Chie Satonaka, another one of those characters that's very explosive when you fight her. Really good neutral tools through Agnayasta and JC. Stupidly good pressure too for a brawler type character, thanks in part to JC and her ridiculous jump cancel windows. One of the surprisingly best assists of the game with 6P and pretty solid overall assists on 5P and 4P. Character with a lot of freaking things going for her. Character that's proven herself a lot in our current metagame. I'd say 6.
Yeah, I have her in 6. Don't just only give her access to like dog shit for a partner. Don't give her access to anything better than dog shit, man. Just make her 6.
Yeah, no, you covered pretty much everything about her that had me put her in 6 as well. Yeah,
like I'm in general agreement, and it's just like that character has just too much stuff going for her. Like, I think just also just by advent of being a persona character, just like her lockdown's insane. I don't like. I still get mad over the fact that like just 2C into JC just is just a stupid lockdown tool. Like she can operate independently on her own just fine, and she could explode you for it as well. So just yeah, this character definitely needs her ankles broken by having only one partners.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Elizabeth.
One.
Sorry, Atkins?
Oh, I just said this should be an interesting one.
Yeah, okay. So by the purest definition of what the list says and our criteria, Liz is probably, like, no cap, the strongest support character in the game by far, including Adachi and Yumi. But you have to play Elizabeth, who is one of the worst solo characters in the game. She loses to a lot of our current low tiers. Not to mention just the fact how she does against the top tiers, high tiers, and even a lot of mid tiers. So playing her solo is miserable. But holy hell, if you just give a character Elizabeth, they don't need it. Elizabeth does not need to appear on the screen at all. So this makes it a very hard character to rate. How much do we leverage her horrible solo capabilities with her insane support capabilities? And I I want to put her in 4. I don't want a lot of characters to deal with her, and like I will say like the hater in me says maybe a 5, but that's me being cracked.
Wow. I want to hear the rest of the field on this one.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, E30. I was gonna say E30. You wanted to go first.
You can go first. I gotta formulate my thoughts a little more.
Okay, so I much had a lot of the same thoughts in my head as Lon voiced already. This character solo is oh man, she has yeah, she has to play the game. Does she play it well? I don't know about that, but purely for the support value she gives and how insane like some of her like stuff is, like even in the back line, like especially in the back line, I should say. Actually, I feel she enables so much for a lot of characters, like just as an assist bot, that I feel like putting her in 4 is a reasonable decision.
Yeah, I think I'm in the same general boat because like I'm seeing even some of the characters in like as I'm looking at the 2 characters that we have in 3 and 2, we have historically seen those teams do some like pretty egregious stuff with Elizabeth in the back. And yeah, I think by putting it in 4, it's just effectively you have to you're basically playing like the a really high gamble of pray that my point character can just carry me through the entire game, and Elizabeth can just stay back and just exist as a support for my point character. So I personally think 4 is a decent place for her because like 5 would just be like a little too egregious or like a little too like ankle shattering for her because not every game is going to be perfect where you're just going to steamroll with your point character with Elizabeth assist in the back. There's going to be some games where you're either going to be left with your point character or Elizabeth is just going to be left. I think 4 is a reasonable enough spot for her to stay.
I see. This is an interesting one. So the last ratio tournament that I played in, actually, which was quite a while ago, I think it was like 4 years ago. I don't even think it was on rollback. Um, I don't remember the exact point system, but basically Mitsuru Elizabeth was a legal team, and I was like, all right, I have never played this character in my life, but I'm just going to act like she's Batista and just play it. I did not lab. I didn't do anything. I just acted like she was Batista and like played. And I think I went more than 2 and 2. I think I went like 3 and 2 with a character I've never played before. Just like using her as an assist bot. Like, however, I don't know. I think 4 is a bit high. I'll be honest and transparent. In my list, I had her at 2. However, based off what I've heard, I can see an argument for her being higher. I just don't know if 4 is the play. Because, like, based off, like, the other support style characters that I have in 4, they're also, like, good characters, right? So it's just, like, if you're playing some of those supports, like, you also have, like, a decent character at hand. It's not just, like, they're only an assist bot. So I guess the question is, like, is her assist potential so great that it outweighs her being, like, a terrible character? It sounds like for y'all that answer is yes. For me, I think that answer is no. I think I have her at 3, but I'm not super gung ho about that. If she's a 4, she's a 4. But personally, I think I value her a bit lower. She's probably 3, just because of the handicap that is her being Elizabeth. She was one of those characters I was mentioning before Celica, where like theoretically she should be like way higher, but because Mori fucked up, she's not. But yeah.
Oh god, there's a universe out there where this is a good solo character and we have her banned.
I
It's
don't want to
true.
think about that.
Yeah, it's like off. Yeah, let's look for leading towards a 4. Yeah, I think like the one standout thing that really wants me to limit Elizabeth is simply just her 5P is completely unpush blockable. So any pressure assist pressure that Elizabeth has is just zero counterplay. And that's very huge. So like I personally want to limit that. So that's another advocation for 4, but I don't know.
Yeah. I think for now we can put her at 4. I see where Aegis is coming from, and my initial standpoint on Elizabeth was a 3. But I think like her assist kit is just comparatively a cut above everyone else. That it's just like I think it might warrant.
Yeah, like it's just my opinion. It's like she has a better assist kit than the 2 banned characters.
Yeah.
That means something, at least to me.
What's her 4P again?
It's
Elizabeth,
Bufudine, I think.
BB tag. BB
Is
tag
it-
Elizabeth.
You know that move where like Elizabeth does that like where Thanatos just runs it down and does an upward slice? It's just that but like staying still.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah,
you
her
know, when it's
assist kit is
enhanced she
definitely
gets the Bufudine buff too.
good. Dude, I remember that. That team is nah, it's Elizabeth, but that team is like decently functional. Like when I found out you can't push block 5P, I'm like, oh, we're cooking, bro. And there's like Dua plus 6P. I'm like, yo, this shit is sick. Like,
It's true. God, this freaking character. But yeah, we all feeling fine with the 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. S, a character that's been more relevant as of recently, thanks to Sony-kun, but generally overall underplayed. I think that she is good enough for a 3. She has good air buttons, good projectiles. And if it was just that and she didn't have to deal with the ground game, I think she'd be fantastic. But her ground buttons are notoriously awful. Her assists are pretty good, above average, I will say. But I think the lack of ground game really affects her placement and brings her just a little bit down to that 3 area.
it's gonna sound wild. I have her at 4 because there is a very specific team I don't want her to have access to.
Oh God.
If she's a
I
3, she has access to this team, and I like that. That team is nobody plays it, but that team is stupid, and somebody could learn it. I don't want her to have access to that team.
okay. We'll get there when we get there, Atkins. You gotta let us know who it is.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Oh, like say the character?
Like no. When we get to the character that you think will be OP with S, I'm curious, but we gotta save it for later.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, that's assuming y'all have this character here. I
Yeah.
have that character here, and I was making my list. I'm like, oh no, you don't, buddy. You're a 4. We're not playing that shit.
Okay, but yeah, E30 or cheap. What do you guys think?
I am also in agreement. Like, it's definitely bumped up due to specifically Sonic-kun seeing this character, like seeing them play this character to the degree that they do. But it's just like, yeah, she does have the big sword, the big buttons and all that. But also, yeah, just like having to navigate around like so many other characters in terms of neutral it's rough for her. It really is, because like that big sword, unfortunately, it does have a lot of startup to it for a lot of her moves, and she can make some reasonable pokes, but at the same time, like a lot of things just come at inherent like risk for her. So yeah, having her be at 3 is also where I had her placed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm curious on what the team is for 4, and I can kind of see the merit behind having her 4, but like in terms of who I'd have comparatively in 4, I think she would be like at the very bottom of it at the bare minimum. I think like 3 is good enough because I think, well, even though BB tag there is a lot of time spent in the air, there's just a lot of ways to just a lot of ways to mitigate her being to mitigate her strengths by either staying in the air or you know as a point character she just kind of struggles a bit too much. But yeah, it's I think I'm in a general agreement for 3. Uh, but like I can kind of see it for 4. I have an idea of what the team may be, but we'll as mentioned, we'll get there when we get.
Yeah, we can put her at 3. Just know if she's at 3, I'm entering this tournament.
That's
That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay. I have like I have some ideas too, but like we'll get there. All right, Gordeau, the menace of early BB tag, but the kind of shambling old man of today. I will say, Gord, despite all his flaws, his really slow buttons, his really awful mixed game, quote unquote, with grappler esque things and his meter drain. He's a competent backline, which is preventing me from putting him in one. I think he has good assists for what they are. He has good active swap options. But besides that, I'm not really seeing anything great. And it's kind of been proven that Gordeau is a bit of a suffering character. I would advocate for him being a 2. He could be a 1 if we all unanimously agree that his assists and general support value aren't good enough, but I want to hear you guys' thoughts, of course.
Oh damn. I'd like to hear the rest of the film before I answer.
Oh no.
Oh man. Oh jeez. Oh god. I sometimes I feel like I'm deranged. Like sometimes I feel like there have been multiple points already that I'm just like, am I incorrect? Do I see something different in this character? I I mean, maybe it's because I play Texas Monkey. I don't know. I put him in 3.
Okay.
Like he is a struggle character in a sense, but at the same time, yeah, he's definitely a shadow of his former self. Let's not get that twisted either. But I still feel like he has some reasonably decent tools for what he does. Yeah, he does like have faults. Like let's not get it wrong, but assist kit is there. 4P doesn't exist, honestly, as far as I'm aware. But like his 6P and 5P are fine. And it's a lot of his like longer range stuff definitely has the startup, but I still feel like he does have some good qualities about him, good enough to be reasonably put at a 3, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm in the boat of like putting him in 2 as well, because like I understand, like especially from watching Texas Monkey play that he has potential to be a 3. But in that same vein, like like as much as we've seen Texas Monkey's success, we've also seen his failures, and like seeing him just lose just because of how like badly they chopped this guy's ankles makes me want to put him in a 2. Because there has just been like some heartbreaking losses from Monkey, just because like he made the right call and he thought he did the right button, but Mori was just like, no, this character belongs in the Shadow Realm.
All right. This is where I'll say I'm actually in Chief's corner. I had Gordeau in 3. I think this character's good. Like, I actually think this is a good. Like, granted, of course, like if you acknowledge like he's not what he used to be, yeah, I get it. 5B, yada yada yada. Like, but for the character that we have, like, independent of context of what he used to be, and just like the character in BB Tag 2.0 TM, I think he's a like perfectly fine character. I'm not saying he's great, but I think he's like average. Like he's fine. 2? No. I see characters I have in 5. I'm like, nah, man. I don't like the idea. I don't like the idea of a Gord player being that happy. So
Oh god.
yeah, I think he should be in 3. That dude is fine, bro. Like basically like I think y'all are seeing him in a wheelchair. I just see him that he just has a cast on. He'll be fine. Like
Okay. This I wasn't expecting Gord to be contentious between us. So we have 2 people for 3, like 2 people for 2, and like me and E30 are like, nah, he could be a 1, and E30's were like, he could be a 3. So this is like probably the most split I think we've ever been. Uh, hmm. Okay. I need to think about this more, and I don't know about you guys. Like, what do you guys have to think? Because I feel like if more people are leaning towards a 3, we can slap him in there, and like I'll like raised eyebrow emoji, quite frankly, but like I'm fine with that if everyone else is.
I can see it. Like if you know, especially with what Agon said, if we're looking at this character just as how he is in 2.0 and not what was before, then like I think that's the fairest assessment we can give this character because that's where he exists now. And like I can personally see it. It's just like I can see him being in 2 or 3 for me personally. Like I can see it going either way.
Hmm. Yeah, I I will concede. So I think we can put him in 3 if everyone else is okay with it.
Yep.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, I think like well, as mentioned before, we will be scaling this towards or once everyone's on the list, so we can go from there.
Yeah, it's not final. Yeah, yeah.
Hmm. All right, Hakumen, a uh, I want to say predominant character is kind of a counterpick to the general, like some of the general top tiers. Someone with strong damage, relatively strong buttons, but has really awkward movement and can kind of struggle in certain areas, excel in others, like ignoring a lot of pressure sequences with the DP. I think though that like he's probably a 5 in my opinion. I think his awkwardness really brings him down. It brings him down even in our current metagame. He's a really strong character with really strong tools, but like he generally suffers in some aspects, and I don't think that's going to change that much, even with the reduced power metagame.
Okay, okay. I've been saying I want to hear the field a lot, so I'll switch it up and actually say something this time. I have him in 4. I have him in 4. I understand 5. Like his damage output is definitely high up there. He does have counter zoning potential, and overall, like he's equipped with like a game plan and a toolkit that is actually like so good, and really the only thing that is crippling him is his movement. Like that is the thing that keeps him in check, is like his movement being very not traditional, and you need to like, kind of come up with some out of the box ideas for movement, like utilizing his specials in order to cover space rather than his actual like walk or dash where necessary. But um due to that, like uh in comparison to characters that I think Hakumen has similar qualities to in 5, I think there are some characters that I have in 5 personally that don't have to make as big of a sacrifice in order to do what they do or be how they are. Um, and I think given the sacrifice that he has to make in order to do what he does, and given what he does, 4 is probably justified. I also don't think he gets access to anything, as far as what I have. I don't think he gets access to anything crazy by being a 4, by being able to be matched with characters in 3, to be determined. But that was my reasoning.
Uh, I personally put him in 5 because I feel like yeah, I do agree with the sentiment that like the main thing about Hakumen that's kind of bottlenecking him uh is just his awkward movement. But I think just the majority of his kit and what he's able to do, like he's able to swap projectiles just to create some space for him to approach. A lot of his metered moves are pretty good, and just the amount of damage output that he has on top of his DP being a parry, uh, allows him to like really shut down a lot of even what this stuff in the characters in 6 can do. And as historically, like this character, even in the 2.0, he's been an anti meta character, and I think even though some of the characters that he aren't um there for him to deal with, I think that just might bump him up more to maintain a place in 5. Um, I think that like because he doesn't have to deal with Adachi and Yumi, he's he gets scaled up, but not enough to be a 6. I feel.
Yeah, I'm more so in agreement with Atkins because I also had him put up in 4 just because, yeah, movement's the big thing for him, but also it's like I don't know. I don't know. I feel like he's just much too similar to like Azrael in a lot of regards. Like just with everything he has. Like even though he does have, the counter DP things that you have to do to like kind of play around in order to like really like construct your offense against him, I feel like it still doesn't put him like above Azrael. I feel like it puts him at the same kind of power level in that regard. Because I mean, Azrael does have similar things. Like granted, Hakumen just needs to like cut projectiles with his sword, but that's a preemptive thing. Like it's because a lot of his sword moves do have a lot of startup. Azrael has Growler to mitigate like a lot of projectile stuff, which is a lot easier to mitigate, like to deal with projectiles in that regard. So I don't know. I feel like they're just too similar to the point where it's just like, yeah, they should be in their same tier.
I think another thing about Hakumen I want to mention is that I've never played the character. Disclaimer: don't flame me in the comments. But based off what I've seen in terms of like how his teams are constructed, they're very specific, right? Like I feel like in order to extract the value out of Hakumen that makes him such a strong counter meta character is kind of related to the way that you support him in terms of neutral and in terms of routing. And I don't think every character in the game can just give him that. He's actually like kind of picky about how that's supposed to work for him. And then like if he doesn't get that, it's like not as potent at all. Whereas like there are some, not all, but there are some characters in 5 where that's not as big of an issue. Um so yeah, I think with that, for the characters that I have placed in 3, like opening up to that character pool is just like, all right, yeah, you can play with them, but like you still ain't cooking like that player. Like I don't think so. Again, I haven't played Hakumen, and like he is kind of like on the like I see when I do see him played, he is so oftenly paired with like great characters. Like he is so oftenly paired with an Adachi, he is so oftenly paired with like a Carmine, like he is so oftenly paired with like those types of picks. Um but yeah, I'm not like super opposed to 5. I'm just stating why I had him in 4.
Yeah. So I kind of agree with the sentiment that he's an awkward character, though I generally would akin him more to Aegis rather than Azrael personally. And all these characters generally fall into the same branch of them characters really awkward to play a neutral, but are kind of strong when you actually get them going. The reason why I apt it more to Aegis is because he does have great options in order to deal with almost any situation. He just needs the time and space. Similar to kind of like how Aegis has like good amount of options if you give her the space. Like she has that flight dash forward, which is basically an approach tool mixed with mix. Um the way I see it, like I don't know what it's called. I think it's like his 2-on-4 where he approaches and he can cancel into Yanagi. Or not Yanagi's the four. He has Japanese names for move. The freaking like the loverhead, the bonk. What the hell is that thing
214B.
called? Yeah,
I think that's 214B.
like he can spend meter in order to like start pressure like that. And if you just give him like pretty much anything to approach, that's gonna be like really strong to have to deal with. And I think him having access to cuts through his sword normals gives him a huge leg up on Azrael in terms of neutral. Similar to how we discussed with Aegis, does have options in order to play in the neutral game. Like Hakumen has some ridiculous keep away. That I feel like like characters like Azrael doesn't, where he only really has one game plan, which is get in, whereas Hakumen does have that layered aspect in how you play him, where you can either play him aggressively, through hops, which kind of force you to leverage his bad movement. But I feel like Hakumen doesn't have to. He can just like spam JB, spam 5B, and check you from there. And in some cases, depending on where you hit those incredibly strong moves, those can be conversions. He has like good mix by himself because well, I don't know if good mix is the thing, but he has decent mix if he can get in through his overhead and his instant his I think it's like his EX air slash it can be TK'd into an instant overhead, which is ridiculous. So I feel like he has enough tools to bump him up to that 5 area where he's not really in that struggle zone like Azrael if you keep him alone.
Yeah, that's where I'm kind of like I understand where you're coming from, like comparing to Azrael, but I feel like the shortest way I could put it is that if I were to compare the two characters, Azrael has to work way like comparatively harder than Hakumen to achieve their win, and has like more varied ways of doing so.
You guys thonking?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I definitely understand the 4 placements, and I can see him maybe moving down, but like at least in my opinion, like I could see him being a 6. Like not realistically, but there could be an argument, at least personally. But yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think we probably go 5 for now, and then revisit. Right? Like, I'm still of
I
like,
guess, but yeah, I'm still not convinced.
yeah, I'm still kind of in the 4 mindset, but I don't think like we probably need to have more of the list in order to like extract any deeper. So
Yeah. That's remains to be seen how toxic he will be at 4 or how fine he will be at 5, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, big think. Hazama. Okay. I will be right back, but if anyone has thoughts on Hazama, please feel free to share. I'll be like 1 minute.
for sure. Hazama, I personally put at a 2. I didn't feel very confident about the placement. I will say that. Um, Ultimately, I think he's kind of falling under that picky territory that I was talking about with Hakumen, but on a like much worse kit. He does have that one assist that I think is actually like pretty good. Is it his 6P, the one that like snatches you out of the sky?
That's 6B, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that assist is like pretty solid, and he does also have access to like very strong active switch tools. You can try to go for the air stall game and things of that sort, but I think in order to make Hazama work, he does need very particular types of partners that I think if you put him at 2, you're going to be limiting a lot of his accessibility, while opening him up to some teams that I don't think are too egregious. But that's what I landed on. I don't know if that's a fair assessment.
I think that's fair. I put Zama at 2 because like I still think there's some things that are promising about him enough to where I don't think he can justify being. And also with the advent of just like Adachi, like especially Adachi being banned, like he doesn't have the he's not going to get fly swatted out with like an AZO by any. I think he's going to be bumped up a little bit, but still in the 2 range.
Mm-hmm.
I put him in reasonably 3 just because because he's not going to be swatted out a lot of the time. It's like there's I don't know how many characters can reasonably like deal with his BS of like moving around like all around the air how he usually does, and like the abilities that he has to like keep himself in there or up in the air, bait out options that characters might do and all that. I just feel like I don't know. I feel like he's reasonably a solid 3 because of that. Also, again, like this kid necessarily isn't spectacular, but I feel like his 6P at the very least like forces somebody to be a lot more mindful about like going into the air, which a lot of people do in this game. I'm not gonna lie. So he forces in the back line, he forces a bit more of a grounded presence purely for that.
I probably have to recognize my bias here because all of my characters fuck him up. Like you were talking about, like with the absence of Adachi and Yumi, he could probably fly around freely because one of the characters could check him. And I was thinking of like, oh, literally all of my characters. Like,
That's fair.
Hilda has,
I mean, like, check him as much is what I'm getting at, because like
I
how
see.
ubiquitous is Adachi here, like, or Yumi in that regard, like how common are they, like, and reasonably able to like keep him from doing what he usually does. That was my rationale.
I thought.
Yeah, like I can see him being in 3 because like all things considered, his like I don't know how you guys feel about this, but I think for like the lower the tier list you go down, the higher the like the more like damage output matters to a character. And I know we're not going off of a tier list here, but I think with like where Hazama does scale, like his damage output is, I think, provided the right starter, is above average. Not like by a huge amount, but like I feel like given certain routing and whatnot, and like like even if they spend a little bit of meter, I feel like I've seen him consistently break like 6-7K. I think like middle of the pack, and I think with I know there's going to be like certain checks for that character still, especially with just especially have a solid air button, but trying to think of like certain teams that could fit like people that are like in 4 at most, or like even 5, where I think like, yeah, this, I don't want to see this. But I'm not particular either or for 3 or 2.
Yeah. I think ultimately it's like I only see this dude played with like 6 or banned characters. So it's like
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not super opposed to 3.
I think he definitely does, like, I think that's something to consider highly, is like he does get bumped up just because he has one less fly swatter to deal with, and that fly swatter is like, that fly swatter is more abundant than the flies themselves.
I was here for most of the discussion. My input on it is like I wanted to put him in 2, but like now thinking about this the general environment, like yeah, he might be too much at a 2, but like I'm just kind of thinking like if we were to just put him in 2, like what team really would be too toxic? That's the kind of the thing I'm theorizing, and I don't really see anything that could be that toxic, but like I think it's very valid to put him in 3 just for the pure fact that like people are gonna just be really annoyed with the character if he's given more if he's given a lot more options to have to deal with, because there are not a lot of characters that can really handle him on his own. But I will say I think he's checked by a lot of assists. And a lot of assists from characters that I can see being very viable in this format. There's one character specifically that I'm thinking of that I personally would rate not necessarily like high on the list, but being probably the most viable character in this format that completely just checks him off point. There is that to keep in mind, but that ultimately is one character out of many that can handle him, whereas other characters might think he's really annoying to have to deal with. So I'm not particularly strong on a 3 or 2 based of what I've heard. So I think what it's kind of aggregating towards is just kind of a coin flip between 3 or 2.
I'm like content with 3. So
Okay.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
content with 3 as well.
Mm.
All right. Speaking of flies that needed to be swatted hard. Okay. I don't know if I would want, like, I'm imagining this to be a contentious decision, but I'm gonna go out on a limb, and I'm willing to be wrong on this completely because I'm just gonna say it. I think she's a 6. The general environment in which we are creating is basically going to be Heart's playground otherwise. Flight homing is notoriously awful for characters that have to deal with, and a lot of characters that we are putting in the higher tiers that'll be less viable are her checks. And without her checks, this character would be an absolute terror upon society. But I'm willing to be wrong. What do you guys think?
Shit, right. Go for it.
Oh, I'll just say I can see her being in 6 because like it goes back to what I was saying, like similar to Hazama, and like I oh shit. I think with that like Advent alone, or just with that in mind, like I can see 5 or 6 because this character like you've obviously, well, in this format I think either way you have to play her front loaded. It's just how front loaded do we want her? Because I can see her being in 6 just because of the general scaling and like Lon said, just the playground that she's going to be in. But I can still see her being in 5, but like it's definitely like I can definitely see her being like at the effectively like the one of the strongest 5 characters you.
Yeah. I mean, I was gonna open the segment saying that I have her in band. And then Lon said I have her in 6. And then I kind of like reeled back in my chair, but I was like, oh shit. I thought everybody was gonna say like 5. Lon said 6. I mean, I had her in 5, but now that I hear Lon say 6, I'm like, shit, fuck it. I would have put her in 6. I don't like this character, dog. But I'll do a bit of both. I'll go with my rationale of how I ultimately ended up with her in 5, and then I'll go with my rationale of like, but honestly though, I don't care if she's 6. Like ultimately, I ended up with her in 5. Like she's a character to where like her qualities. Fuck it, bro. She's a 6. Like her qualities, like actually doesn't matter who her partner is, bro. Back home is still some bullshit, dog. And like, I think even with minimal support, that shit's toxic as fuck. Fuck it. She's a 6. She's a 6, actually.
Okay. I also had her in 5. But honestly, I respect the energy, and quite frankly, yeah, no, thinking about it, she can literally just play by herself, like, a lot of the time, like, with her homing mechanic and all that. It's just, like, there's so many things she has that she plays her own game. Like, I've said this multiple times for the record, like, during WNF or something like that. Like, she definitely just plays the game differently than everybody else with what she has. So, reasonably speaking, like, no, I'm perfectly fine with seeing her in 6 as well.
Okay. I will not lie, I definitely thought everyone would go for a 5. That's why I said I'm going out on a limb and saying 6.
Hey, man, you know what? From this day forward, I have an agenda against heart play. So you see, this is the fucking problem. The politics in our head. We all wanted to put her 5, even though we all think she's a 6, because the fucking downplay. It's over, bro. This is a top tier character. From here on out, I'm not letting the heart players have shit. It's just like we all wanted to put her 6, and we were gonna put her 5 and have the conversation of, yeah, she's okay, but. Nah, this bitch is broken, bro. Fucking 6.
Oh god.
Thank you, Lon.
Atkins being the revolutionary, leading the charge.
Honestly, it was Lon. It was Lon. I was gonna be a follower. Okay, I was gonna be a follower of the regime
You're right.
until somebody.
Might be.
We were all lining up, and then Lon stuck out his hand out of the line, and I was like, "You can't do that. You're supposed to be standing like in military position, hands to your side. You can't do that." I was like, "Wait a minute, I'm gonna do that." And I'm like, "Shit, I'm putting my hand up."
So that's funny. So the reason why I changed my mind from 5 is like, if we're gonna place this much leverage on Hazama for being a fly that can't be swatted, Heart goes in 6 every single day of the week. Like if we're valuing that, Heart, absolutely. There are no checks for her in this metagame if we don't put her at a 6.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
just like look at. I mean, I was in the boat of like 5, like for a bit, and it's just like, wait, yeah, you're right. like I was going to say never cook again, and then but no, I'm just saying out loud. I agree though. It's like, but yeah, like it's just no. She just gets to roam free now, so
Yeah.
it's
like
it's a crime.
Yeah, like I okay. Like I do see some characters that can check her, at least in my general list, if she was a 5, but like I don't think anyone wants to deal with that. Like even those characters that can't check her, I guarantee you the players be like, yeah, I mean like we have an okay matchup against her, but like have you seen backhoming? Have you seen the slippy slide nicks? Have you seen what she could No, keep her in 6. Keep her in 6.
Something else. I know we don't have all the 6s listed out yet. However, I think there's a lot of characters in 6 that do give her some trouble, and it's just less likely you're going to see those characters in this bracket. So, like, yeah, she has the field to play with, and given how she works, give her dog shit. Don't give her any 2s. don't let her have any 2s. Just give her dog shit, bro. Like,
Yeah, like one of the main arguments I was thinking, yeah, like her assist kit's like acceptable. Like they're like some of them are just okay or decent at best. That's why I was kind of putting her 5, but it's just like, wait, if you're playing a 6, you're front loading, and like this character is just and like in terms of being able to front load and operate independently, like this is one of the characters to do that with.
Yeah. Do you have any
Final statements, final closing words.
I hate this character, bro. I hate dealing with this character. I hate I reasonably have a decent time fighting this character because I deal with it so much, dude. I hate this character.
The Heart I know rant? Oh god.
Oh man.
ACH does not support any of these messages.
Literally, I hate fighting any character that has me rewire my brain because they play the game differently. She is the prime example of that. There's other characters that I hate fighting in other games too because they operate completely different from everybody else. And I'm like, why out of all the things they decide to do this? I hate this. I hate this so much. Get this out of here.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, I think we've let out all our thoughts about Heart Idol, yeah?
That
Okay.
Look, I will say this. I want to keep my job. Connor, please don't kill me.
Yeah.
I mean, Dave, sorry.
Oh god.
Damn.
Okay. You know, I think the next character I hope is not controversial. Hilda goes in 6.
Yep.
Freaking yeah. Like I don't want to talk about her, but like stupid assist, stupid neutral. Why does she have an instant overhead? This character's busted, bro. Get her in 6.
Not to mention she can reasonably chip you out in resonance too. Like it's not difficult for her to do that at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this is a character where it's just like she can do like effectively everything, and like she's a really good assist, and like the short way I could put it is that really good assist kit and can operate independently very well. And I think that's like that's just a formula for 6.
Yeah. Atkins, I know you're the world's biggest Hilda like defender. What do you have to say?
Yeah, she's alright. She can go 6.
Cool. Glad we
Sick.
handshake emoji.
Yeah.
She's cool.
Okay, do that. Yeah. All right, Hyde. This is also kind of been a contentious placement to me because there's that mentality where I'm just like, yeah, we gotta put all the support characters in 4, and Hyde's like a really damn good support character. But like, there's this inkling of me that wants to put him in 3 because he's just John mid dispenser, but like I don't know, he's got the chip, he's got really good assists, he's got generally good support value. Like it's not I'm not putting my heart out saying he's a 4, but like I think he's a 4.
I think he's like giving 4. Like you read the definition for 4, and there's like one other character that I think is like the gold standard of that. He's like the silver standard. Like he is 4-man. He's literally 4 boy.
I agree. No, I do agree that like yeah, he's his I can't talk now. His assist kit is solid. I feel like yeah, even though he is Mr. Mids himself, like you're still having to block those mids, and in turn you're still losing health for that. So I feel like yeah, like even though he doesn't necessarily have too many things like I don't know, like too many like standout qualities outside of those, I feel like he doesn't really also have very many negatives, like super negatives. So I just feel like yeah, no, very much a 4 solidly.
Yeah, no, I'm in agreement of 4 because like he's just that well rounded. Like yeah, as everyone mentioned, he's a mid dispenser, but it's just like he doesn't exactly struggle too much in neutral, and he has ways to like mitigate around some of the stronger characters. I mean, EX neutral skip. I know we had a bit of a had a bit of an episode with that one, but yeah, it's just like overall like just very solid character, but not groundbreaking enough to be in a 5, and I think 4 is the perfect place for him.
Yeah, fucking put him in the 4. All right, Izayoi. Honestly, like I feel like where we have Aegis place, we gotta they gotta ride and die together. Izayoi is just Aegis if she was consistent, and this character has like she loses a lot of damage for better neutral, more consistent like mix potential, and we have Topsu who has proven time in and time out that like this character is absolutely a menace if played correctly, and played like with a character that isn't necessarily like with Chie that's a super support value. Like imagining what she could do with a lot more like options is kind of horrifies me. So I think a 5, and also like her assists are good too.
Yeah, like playing her on and off here and there, I like you're trading damage for basically like a better like like as you mentioned, and I think like Izoi has a much better like vortex because like when she's able to get the knockdown, I think just she's able to just loop that game plan and just continue to chip away at your health a lot more consistently, and I'm not gonna say successfully because that's just like dependent, but I think overall, yeah, just a more consistent vortex.
I'm in agreement as well, and also like the other thing too is like her teleport, like EX teleport with an assist pairing is like yeah, you're good luck blocking that, good luck getting out of that situation at all. For the low cost of 1 meter, you are going to get hit. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go for it. My bad. I didn't
Well, I was just gonna really just say like yeah, no, she like assist kit's very solid, like buttons pretty good in terms of pokes and neutral as well, like, and also hover dash as well. That's like a big thing she's got, that it was like a very good mix up potential is like a hover dash character. So yeah, five's a good spot for her.
Yeah, Izzy is such an interesting character in this game, right? Because I feel like she's a character that, like, given what her kit is, I almost feel like she should be more prevalent within our metagame. But since she is like an investment character and can be kind of like picky on partners, like people are deterred to like not want to play her. And like there's really only 3 representatives that I know being Chop Suey, playing her with Chie. Eater, I think playing her with Adachi, which is definitely like one of her better comps. And then I want to say GH Star plays her with like 9, which is like, oh, I think Uri as well, but Uri doesn't really like play Izayoi anymore. And so it's just like the peak of this character in terms of like being played by a super high level player on like one of her best teams hasn't reared its head yet, and I'm interested to see what BB Tag would look like if it did. That's a bit of a tangent though. Like getting back on track with this list, I had her at 4, but hearing everybody's input, I think 5 is what makes the most sense.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah, and like also like I just want to also highlight like in terms of just a more consistent vortex, I guess ultimately has to like hit the brakes on her offense in terms of just like pressure sequences when she's out of her Gia gauge. So I think like being in a similar tier but just like sacrificing the damage output for more consistency is it's a good spot.
Yeah. Like ultimately, I think Aigis and Izayoi are by design similar characters that should ride and die together.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Jin Kisaragi. Uh God, this character is like so boring. I'm What do you guys think? Because like I'm like there's the hater in me, and then there's the reasonable person in me. I someone got to bring me back.
Uh, I personally like in my mental list, I put him in like 3 because like I think he's just like similar to Hyde on being so well rounded, but I think ultimately, I think in terms of just the general point value system, he is below Hyde.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, there's like parts of him that I feel like maybe could be like on par, if not somewhat better. But also, it's just like he's a lot of the time that man's just too honest. Like the only thing like really I don't know. He doesn't necessarily have too much in terms of griminess to him, I feel, like compared to like a lot of characters, like especially characters above him too. And it's just like he doesn't really have like necessarily a lot of gimmicks as well that put him above. Because like, again, Hyde mid dispenser, all that, but at the very least, he's still doing chip damage. He's still like forcing you to like think like, oh, I can't be blocking this guy for too long, or else I'm gonna be put in the red just simply for being on defense. Like Jin, he does have some things, but a lot of things require a partner, or it's like he doesn't necessarily do too much on his own a lot of the time. His assist kit is fine, but again, it's like similar to Hyde. It's like it's serviceable. It does its job, but also like I don't know. I don't feel like it really equates to him being in the same tier in that regard. So I also think 3.
Yeah, I leaned more towards a 3, but I really want to put him in 2 just because like he puts me to sleep and like that's it. I don't got anything else to say. I just want to put him lower. But yeah, like solid neutral, decent assist. He's like he's the definition of a middling character. I wouldn't call him mediocre. He's got good stuff going for him, but I wouldn't like call him great either. So like just even in like our meta BB tag, I feel like slap dab in the middle is always where he belongs because he's very just like basic, like not a huge amount of flaws and not a huge amount of strengths.
I just got back because everybody already went on Hyde. Or sorry, Jen.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, what are your
Okay.
thoughts?
Mom, I really want to play in the BB Tag ratio tournament. Can we buy Hyde? Don't worry, sweetie. We have Hyde at home.
Oh my
The
god.
Hyde at home in question. It's Jen. Since he's just Hyde at home, I have him in 3.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's kind of how I feel about it too.
Yeah.
uh, did you have something either?
Oh, no, I was just gonna say I think we're all in unanimous 3.
Yeah.
Yep.
just like nothing to say. I don't know. All right, Jubei. I feel like would be a contentious pick for maybe the rest of the community, but like this cat's messed up, bro. It's like I will say he has one big flaw of like he's not the best character solo. He's kind of mediocre solo. He doesn't get to get a lot of his game plan out. But like if he has like most projectiles can work with cat paws, he's going to be able to get in and create like a sandwich whenever you want, or just like mix you, and it's like near impossible for like most characters to have to deal with. His assist kit's like kind of whatever though. Like I'm leading towards like potentially a 5, potentially a 4. So this one's I'm not too sure on.
This one's so hard. I have only played against like 3 Jubei players ever. I played against Kiyomi, Daison, and like Benny, and like they all kind of use them differently. I don't know what value Jubei gets for like more than half of this roster, but just going based off what I do know about the character, I feel like he's fine at 4. I think 5 is probably a bit too limiting and not justifiable enough, given that like I think he's much more contained as a solo threat. Like it's really, I feel like it's kind of hard for Jubei to make comebacks, in my personal opinion. His core kit is fine, but it really shines if he's able to like run 2v2, right? Where you're doing like Shiranui, cross up stuff. His assist kit is okay. I just think characters that are in 5 are probably a bit more either more well-rounded than him, or in the areas that they excel at, they excel to a higher degree than the areas that he excels at. Good, above average, above a 3, but probably not in that 5 category. I think he'd be a 4. But I have such little sample data that I don't even know if I'm that confident in that assessment.
The only Jubei I've really fought to any reasonable degree is Kiyomi. I don't have good sample sizing here. I don't know. Like, I feel like, yeah, as a solo unit, he definitely has a lot of like flaws in terms of assist kit too. It's like, what are his assists again? The fireball, the oh geez, I have to go take a look, see what that was again. Yeah,
His
fireball.
4P is the little
Yeah.
like backslash thing, and then the 5P is the
5P.
fishing slash.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. That kind of assist kit, I can definitely see it being a bit oppressive. Like fireball is essentially like can be a combo breaker. Like, oh, you hit the assist or you hit the point character while that fireball is coming right at you. You have to adjust for everything then after that. And like his other stuff, well, mainly his 5P is like serviceable, but like I don't know. I don't feel like he deserves to be in 5. I think 4 is reasonable for him.
Yeah, I was thinking about putting him in 5, but I think like even with the characters that I see in 5 right now, I think he's just like as Akin said, like it's either they are more well rounded or they excel above in the things that they specialize in. So I think I can see the merits for 5, but I think a reasonable. I think I'm more than fine putting him in 4 for now.
Yeah, like there's an inkling of me like that just sees Jubei and like I know his potential, but like yeah, like 4 seems right. I don't think he's gonna be messed up if he has access to 3 characters. Just looking what we have on there, and his general faults are strong, like more pronounced enough compared to the other characters where it's just like yeah, like I think once again I feel like you compare this character like compared to Aegis, like I feel like his game plan isn't as best up. as Aegis is, if enabled.
Like, one of the things that I've noticed, and one of the things I've gotten opened up by a lot, because just that like he either needs to spend meter to get get some good damage on you, or he needs to spend an assist as well. Because He'll hit you with that like EX low all the time that allows him to get a full combo, or if he ever goes for the overhead, he needs an assist to back him up. I think like just having to spend resources to get your game plan going, just a little bit, just harms him compared to like, you know, let's just say compared to like Izayoi where he gets one knockdown on you and you got to play the blender without any resources involved.
Yeah. We're feeling good with the 4?
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. God, I'm just looking at this next stretch of characters. Oh, God. Okay.
Oof.
Kanji. Look, I've personally been an advocate that Kanji, when enabled, is a hella spooky character. That being said, like, I don't know how dangerous that actually is with what we have right now. I really want to say because he has decent ways to skip neutral asterisk when he has a good assist. And the fact that his corner game is pretty insane, his damage is good, and he has good counterplay to a lot of defensive options. And he has a surprisingly very potent assist kit. I'm gonna put him at a mid to strong 2.
I'm in agreement with that because like even though characters like Adachi and Yumi are banned, there's still a lot of characters in this list so far that can shut him down pretty handily.
Yeah, the thing about Kanji and the thing about this system is like characters that are in 1 are characters that even if you decide you want to invest in them and basically give them access to any pairing in the game, you are struggling because the character is like that bad. Right? Where I don't think that's quite the case with Kanji, right? I think like I don't think I want to give Kanji access to everything. I think if you're like making the effort to invest in the Kanji, you can get a pretty serviceable win condition. You can get a very serviceable win condition actually. But I think his shortcomings as a character with like his acceleration run and like his like he can struggle to get in and he really has to be enabled. And like without that, he's kind of like not good. I think warrants him a 2. I don't think he is a 1, and I also don't think he's a 3.
I mean, I understand the rationales, but I still put him at 1, bro. He's struggling. That man is struggling so much in a lot of cases. Like whenever you're actively playing that character, I don't know. I felt like it was just like, I mean, yeah, if you've invested in the character, you're already dealing with that and already kind of know how to mitigate that to the best you can. But Kanji's not having a good time, no matter who we have like out of the field. I've always felt like he's just a very much struggle character in any regard. So I put him in 1 solidly.
Okay. I don't think I can be moved from saying on 2. And if there is one reason, and I'll bring it back to this point again, his assist kits is good. Like he has a good assist kit. Like 6P is kind of like Blake 6P at home, but Blake 6P is kind of insane. It has that double hit too that leads to some potentials for tricky like left right stuff. 5P has niche sandwich capabilities depending on certain hits and is a generally okay just like poke, but like 4P is, I mean, it's jam session. Like that thing hits pretty high, has a good horizontal hitbox too. Like even if you're playing him mostly on the side, I personally do not want to see that assist kit with a lot of the 6 characters. And I especially do not want to see specifically Kanji Hilda. That team is legitimately screwed up.
Yeah, I think just on base level, the characters I haven't won, I see him as more functional than them. just being to the point, like that's just what I have. I see him as more functional, more potent, and more. I mean, he's better. Like the characters I haven't won, I have genuinely like very low opinions of. I'm just like, yeah, give them anybody. They fucking suck. Whereas like I don't think Kanji's that. That's just me though.
Yeah, I'm still pretty firm in 2 because it's just like, yeah, I think the characters like as mentioned, I think the character struggles, but like I think things can be made up in other categories, and the where Kanji gets made up in is with his assist kit.
Hmm. Hmm. I don't know. I'm still adamant about my 1 placement, but if it's a majority thing too, then well, that is what it is. But that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, and that's fair. Like I think his flaws are accentuated even in this meta game. It's just like I can't imagine him being paired with a 6 and it being okay.
Yeah. If anything, as per usual, we can come back to it, but I think 2 is where we can sit him for now.
Mm-hmm. All right, moving on with the characters on the lower end. Labris. God, what do you guys have to think? I mean, I have my opinion, but it's not high. I'll tell you that.
She's bad. She's won easily. Like her assist kit is not really that good. It is very, very unserviceable to in pretty much every regard, honestly. And the only thing that she has going for her is like good air buttons, and that's it. Like I don't feel like I don't feel like they even completed designing this character.
I can see an argument for 1 and 2, but like, yeah, it's like in terms of like how I think like people have played her historically is just you've like I think you just have to pray that you can front load her and just have like an assist that you can like help like complement her and back her up. I can see too because uh like JV super good. I think 4P is like very like it's not the best 4P. Like Persis 4P isn't like the best, but I think it's average at the least. But yeah, the rest of her kit, like I think 4A is not a bad button either. 5A is just whatever. 2B, like her B button we just don't talk about. I don't think that button itself is just designed horribly. Um, but outside of that, like yeah, she's got like it's similar to Celica. She's got 1 good tool, but in Lavis's case, I think it's her JB, and like everything else is just super lackluster.
I'm glad he 30 said it because I was literally going to open with I have her at 2 because in my head, the way I think about this character, even outside of the context of this list, she's actually just Celica. Like they're like literally the same character, bro. Like they have a very good round start option. Granted, Celica's is better, but like Labras' 5A is like damn near the same thing. They have 1 air button that's really good, and the rest are like kind of ass. Their assists are like not. They're supposed to be niche, and they're not great. And like all in all, they're generally middling characters with some parts of the kit that are either like mid or bad. And then they have a character specific mechanic that's supposed to be great. And when it is situationally good, it's great, but most of the time it's ass because Mori fucked up. Like they're actually the same character, bro. They almost have the same frame data on their special move overhead. Like they're the same character. So because of that, I've heard too.
Okay. I'm I discussed this a little bit like earlier, but like I was feeling it too. My heart of hearts right now is agreeing with Cheap. I think she's a 1. Because like while I do kind of Akis, you made me think about like Celica and Labys being the same character, and I'm like I kind of agree with that, but I think the main thing is like I am a firm believer that dive kick neutral is one of the stupidest things in BB tag, and Labys does not have a dive kick.
That is true.
And like just with that comparison in mind, I'm more content putting her at 1 just based off that comparison, funnily enough, because like she lacks that freaking dumb neutral skip. Like she has EX chain knuckle, sure, but even for an EX neutral skip, it's kind of mid. Like I could see her being a 2 in some universe where like we put some weird synergy character in 1 or in 6. But like I think her flaws are accentuated enough where she's ultimately a 1.
I mean that's a big deal, right? Like Celica JC. I love how we're just talking about them like they're Ryu and Ken now. But like so her not having access to Celica JC, like Celica JC is a big part of how you can make her viable like in this current metagame landscape because it's just like it's something that she has, and Labys does not have that. And it's already like grasping at straws, trying to find positives for the character. So I think you can make the argument that that's enough to bump them down into different tiers and her being a 1. I think that's perfectly sound reasoning.
Yeah, and like, I'll chime in because we're talking about 2 characters with a ponytail. Like, it's I from my experience playing both of these characters, I feel like I have to fight way harder with Labys than I do with Celica. Because I mean, as Lon mentioned, I think Celica JC is just extremely grimy when paired up with assist, and then just Labys like I have to play it straight. Like, and if I want to just try an approach in like a way that's like somewhat meaningful, I'm spending like meter just trying to get in with EX Chain Knuckle. I find even some meaningful damage off of that, I'm spending at least 2. While Celica, like, like, oh, I'm at the top of the screen. Guess what I'm gonna do? Are you ready for it? No? Die.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So
It seems like we're all okay with the 1.
I'm in the 1 category.
It looks like we're replacing Labys as 1.
Yep.
Dang, the first one.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I wish it were better.
Shout out to
Oh,
Arsene. He
so
suffers
sorry,
every single
Sam.
day.
Oh man, he's living a better life. He's popping off in soundful text.
Yeah. I mean, look, he can play any Labys team he wants.
Yeah.
God. Okay, Linne.
I think I'm gonna have a spicy take on this one.
You're gonna have a spicy take on. I can already.
The floor
I can
is
already
yours.
kind of tell. I can already kind of tell, and I'm going to start this off with saying I don't think Linne is very good, and I feel like that's gonna be the contentious part here. Horrible assist kit, like genuinely awful. And I feel like while she does have good like point character potential, it's just like it's so middling compared to even characters that I would put higher. That like I'm I really struggle to see what she has above other characters. And not to mention her like really bad damage output is there. Um she can be kind of awkward to integrate into a team because of just how her general buttons flow into each other. And she's just always been a character that's split between being like a short range rat and a long range poke character, and that mix has created a really weird kit that doesn't mesh well together. So like I think there's enough tool there where she's like a 2, but a very solid 2. I don't think she can go below 2.
I mean, this is not a. This is not the right platform. This is not a platform where I think I'm going to like stray anybody into my hot take here. So like, I I well, I guess I shouldn't assume. Cheap and E30 haven't said anything yet, but I feel like everybody probably placed her 2 or lower, and so for that reason, I will say 2. However, I have her in 3. I think this character's low key slept on. Like,
Okay.
she has role, which I think is really good, and it's very similar like Neo's role. I think her and Neo are very similar characters. Like having pretty like middling assist capabilities, but some very strong point potential. Very easy to like side swap and create some like pretty like messed up savage situations. And she has like, even though it's shallow, she does have a dive kick that can like create some pretty like messed up situations as well. I think Air Kuga is really good. Like TK Kuga is like something you could utilize. She does have to be played as like a star of the show, like point character type of thing. But I don't know. I have always felt like this character is very underrated and underrepresented, and that like she should be. If somebody invested, like she could have more prominence than she does now. But it's all theoretical, and for the context of being in reality, probably a 2. But personally, in terms of potential, I think she's a 3. But that's just me. That's what I get to smoking. That's what's in my pipe. Y'all don't gotta smoke it. Drugs are bad.
I mean, you would be correct in assuming that for me, at least. I definitely put her in it too. Because while she does have the role capability and all that, I definitely feel like it's not really as good as it could be for a lot of situations. And also, yeah, she does have like her, you know, TK projectile is like a method of like kind of walling you out at the same time, but like it's also kind of exploitable too. Like, I don't know. I feel like she has like a similar case with like where we put like somebody like Celica is just like she has things going like a couple of good things, but I feel like overall like the sum of her parts is not really that great as it is. Like her damage is incredibly middling. Yeah, she has mobility, but it's also just like I don't know. I don't I don't really feel like she gets too much off of things without having to spend resources for it, and it's just even then it's like a lot of the time whenever I've played against a Linne, I'm just like, okay, you hit me, cool, I don't care. Like I this is this is scratch damage compared to what I can typically do to you with my characters. So yeah, I feel like having her be at a 2 is like a very reasonable thing. And also like her general assist kit, from what I remember it being, because like again, I don't fight this character much, but from what I remember it being with like her 5p and her her 5p is like I it's okay, it's serviceable. 6p is like the main thing you're getting from her, and her 4p just like God, dude, the punish window on that is insane. Like if she whiffs that and they don't cover that, like you have all the time in the world to just hit her for even trying. I don't know. Even as a support, I don't think she offers too much. That's why I put her at 2.
Yeah, like I'm in the same general boat. Like I do believe that this, like I do believe what Atkins is saying, that this character is slept on and then he has potential. But like I'm still putting her in 2 because in terms of like the general data that we do have and like what we've seen so far, what she's capable of, it's just like even though she does have tools to be like very slippery and does like and can create sandwich situations, she doesn't feel super threatening. Like, yeah, she could do roll. I know she just has it naturally built in like high low with her stuff, but like it. I think it's primarily because of her damage output. It's just that it's like oh like what Cheap says. Just like yeah, okay, cool, you hit me. Now you got to do that like 6, 7, 8 more times to win the game. Well, I definitely think like the threat and the damage and like her low damage output is why I would put her in.
Yeah. I think that we're all agreeing with the 2 placement.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Like, I won't lie, Atkins. I also kind of agree. Like, she could be a 3 if we had more, perhaps people labbing it because the tools there are theoretically good. But like, I don't know. You don't live in a fake BB tag world.
Yeah.
Mai Natsume. Okay. Like, the character's main selling point is how ridiculous her 5P is. And it is one of the best 5Ps in the game. But her other, like, her 4P is good, her 6P is awkward. And as a character, Mai has consistently struggled solo despite having that flip that's really nice at catching people, like, slacking. It's a pretty decent tool, all things considered. And also her air stall as well, which can be very annoying. Combining everything in her kit into a placement and just generally how I view her in this metagame, like, she's always been a character that's solid for what it's worth. And as a result, I'm leaning towards a 3, but I can see arguments for a 2.
Like, yeah, I initially had her at 2 just because, like, I think that, the main reason why you'd bring Mai into a fight like this, just because, yeah, I want that 5P to just do, um, pay my bills, do my taxes, and go to work for me. And I don't think it's enough of, like, I think, like, her EX flip and what she can do with that, and her damage output, provided that she's in the corner and has support, is pretty nice. It's just, I don't think it's enough to put her in that threshold of me thinking that she'd be in a 3. I think she can be a 3, but I just initially have her in 2 just because, like, the main thing that she has going for her is that her assist kit, and I think just playing her as, like, a bottom, like a lower end assist bot is probably where most people are going to play her. But I can see 3 because I like, although I'm, like, not talking the greatest about the character, I think her potential to operate independently isn't, like, the worst in the game.
Yeah, I don't know. I think she has more to offer than uh being purely assist fodder. Like, her range is, like, pretty good on, like, a lot of her core tools. Her 5B can be really annoying for some matchups. I would say, like, I struggle to say the majority of the characters. I'd have to, like, actually go by and rank that, but, like, for a significant amount of characters, like, 5B can be obnoxious. And even if you have counterplay against it, like, with the right pairing, it could be something that you have to deal with. Adachi and Yumi aren't here, so don't really have to count them within the equation because I think that's something that's a little more trivial for them. But she's solid. Great. I think she has some pretty decent, like, active switch things that she can do as well. She can create sandwiches. Like, she's good. Not 4 good, but I have her at 3.
I also have her at 3 because, like, as I can say, she does have some pretty good range on a lot of her core tools, but also, yeah, just the aspect of, like, she kind of does, like, even though it's, well, I don't know, her whole aspect of, like, playing mind games with you in a sense of, like, with the dash, with the flips and all of that, and, like, having honestly methods of, like, baiting out stuff as well. I don't know. I feel like she's kind of in the same degree as somebody like Hazama in that sense of just, like, kind of, like, playing around what people expect, like, out of air movement or something like that, and, like, really, like, being a bit of an annoyance whenever it comes to, like, getting her, like, matching that, like, getting her out of the air, getting her out of that sort of situation. So, I mean, Yeah, no, I'm inclined to agree with Atkins on putting her in a solid 3.
Ether, since you were debating two, do you have anything to say?
No, not really. Yeah, just like thinking about it, like I know we were going to be like harsh on some characters, but I definitely like low. But I'm more than fine with it, given what you said.
Yeah, I think another thing too is since she is kind of an airborne character, like just having less things to interrupt her airspace would be generally nicer for her to bump her up. So yeah. All right, Makoto. Um, Lord knows the last time I remember seeing a Makoto anywhere. I know this character can kind of do some funny stuff, but like funny doesn't necessarily equal good. She has a lot of flaws. Her buttons do not flow well into each other. Her buttons are very unoperable on their own, and she has terrible neutral. She has mix, but you have to kind of set it up. And even then, it's like it's not the most threatening thing in the world when she gets to do her things. She has okay strike throw, I guess, but like, I'm feeling a 1, even though I could see her being kind of messed up. But I messed up with some 6 characters, but like,
Yeah, I don't really have a whole bunch to say about this character, and I agree with a lot of the points you made. So like I think 1 is suitable.
I think it's a 1. She really doesn't have anything that's like notable that brings her to that 2 territory of like, hey, if you invest in this character, you get this. I mean, if you invest in Makoto, you get a cute squirrel girl. I don't know, like you're not getting like any type of potent win condition, in my opinion. So for that reason, I have a 1. Just play the field, baby girl. Do your best.
Yeah, she doesn't. Unlike a lot of these other brawler characters that we have, like already so far, it's like she doesn't necessarily have things that really like counteract like the short range that like characters of her archetype usually does, and like also like the damage as well. Like she can get some reasonably good stuff, but it requires so many resources to get to, whereas everyone else that we have of that archetype is just like, yeah, no, they kill you for 1 meter. They do that. Kodo doesn't, and has incredibly stubby buttons and really glaring flaws a lot of the time too. It's like, yeah, and also like her assists are also nothing to really write home about either. Like for all of them essentially. I don't know. I don't know if I could put her at 1. Like I felt like putting her at 2 because I don't necessarily think she's that terrible as a 1, but I don't know. At the same time, it's like I'm not opposed to her being a 1.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's like, sorry.
I was just gonna say like real quick. I think compared to the characters in 2 that we have right now, I think they have just like much stronger win.
Yeah, I like looking at it, I'm inclined to agree. Like Makoto does like the funny like magnetic ball, and she prays to God she hits you. That's really it. At least Celica has like dive kick. Kanji has like insane stuff going on with this corner game and like through EX dives and stuff that can catch you. And then Linne is like, she's a rat. So yeah, I'm thinking everyone's agreeing on a 1.
Yeah.
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 All right. Finally out of the slump of every character being on the lower end of the list, Merkava, a character that with the advent of 2.0, fell off a decent bit, but a character I still think is relatively strong today. Um, he's weird. He's like, I mean, he looks weird. He plays weird. He's weird to evaluate on something like this because, like, I think he's relatively strong, but he just kind of is awkward to play into a lot of the metagame right now. And like there's a part of my brain pinging me saying like maybe we should rate him a bit higher just because a lot of his airborne checks aren't necessarily going to be there. But like, my heart's telling me a 4.
I have 4. I think he has decent assist kit. Like his 4P is his 4P. You know, it'd be doing the thing. 6P is like nice for what it is. 5P is nice for what it is. They're not best in class in the type of assist that they are. Like his 6P is not the best projectile screen coverage assist, but it is good. His 5P is not the best lockdown assist, but it's good. And his 4P is not the best anti-air assist, but it's good. If you want to play him in a more point role rather than supportive role, he does have some instant overhead mind games. He does have some decent reach. Of course, he has the flight and everything. A lot of these things do have to be enabled. They're not potent enough, in my opinion, to be like within the realm of like a 5. So I think he's given 4. That's kind of what I see with them.
I feel like it's personal bias just because I don't like fighting this character that I put him at 5. I'm not gonna lie. Just like some of this stuff, especially like with flight being the way it is, and like how far his air buttons reach, like whenever it's like he's especially low to the ground too. It's just like able to convert off of like JC with like 1 meter. Like a lot of his other stuff is like pretty egregious just because of how far he can go, and also like I wouldn't necessarily say his assists aren't like how to put it. I still think his assists are really good, especially like his 5P for the most part. Like that thing's active. That thing's got a lot like going for it in terms of locking you down, I feel. And like can really be oppressive. Like his 4P not necessarily is like much to super write home about. At the same time though, it is his main anti-air as well, which reaches egregiously high, considering again how tall he is. I don't know. I feel like he just does a pretty good amount of things for what he is, and I feel like 5 is where I would put him.
Yeah, like from what I've seen of the character, like I know I'll say this by saying I can see him in either 5 or 4 because like when I look back on some of like the performance of Merkava, a lot of the things that I've seen him what he's capable of is when he has a good assist backed up behind him. But I think he's like
Mm-hmm.
I think he's like well rounded enough to quantify being in 5. But like I can see 4 as well, given who's already in 5 at the moment.
That's the other thing too. Like think about like him being backed up with flight, like with an assist. Like that's already toxic in and of itself.
Yeah, but like a lot of the assist characters are going to be within 4. Like he probably won't get the best assists in class that he'll get are things that are accessible in 3.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
Okay. I can imagine one team that I would see as viable that would be pretty messed up if we allow him in 4. Okay. How do you guys feel about Merkava being in the same tier as Aegis and Izayoi? Two characters that play relatively similar.
You said Aigis and Izayoi?
Aegis and Izayoi, yeah, because they're both flight dash characters.
I like. I think they operate they they're both fight dash characters, but I think Makava is just is able to. I think he has his straights lie in a different part of his fly dash where he can just keep people out, and he also just has a really. I think he has a pretty egregious solo vortex when he gets you in the.
Mhm.
And I think, and if we're going to compare him to the other flight dash characters, I think that he's fine in 5, but like I said, I don't think 4 is the worst place for him to be.
See, I don't equate him to an Aigis or Izayoi. I think of him as more of like a Hazama, if anything, because Aigis and there's no setup to Aegis and Izayoi flying at you. They just fly at you, right? Whereas Merkava, you go into the air state first and then you fly over at people. Conceivably, you have some type of lockdown or support to enable you to do that. But it's kind of, and this is also where I'm gonna have to state some of my bias here. I realized after listening to y'all, I have a similar experience with Hazama. My character is kind of body some of the things that these characters try to do. I have Hilda 4P, I have Batista 4P, I have Mitsuru JA, I have these tools. So my experiences with these characters might be different, but yeah, I think he sets up his flight dash stuff in a more committal way, and I think ultimately his payoff for doing so. I mean, I think it's definitely not as potent as Aegis. She fucking kills you.
Yeah.
And then Izayoi, I think, can be a little bit cheaper because I mean she does have teleport. Although it's less on the damage end, I think she has other parts of her kit that scoots her up. And I think Merkava is just a tier below that.
I'm inclined to agree with Atkins. While Merkava can apply very similar things, I would feel very uncomfortable if Merkava was in the same breath as Aegis and Izayoi, because as mentioned, that Atkins mentioned, he has a very committal flight, and he has a very committal flight path. He can only glide diagonally downwards, and as a result, a lot of his movement is super linear, and you can say the same thing with Aegis to some degree, but if you take into mind just how predictable Merkava is with his flight dash, and you can make the argument it might not matter when there's an assist available, but I'm kind of seeing who we would place into 3 and 2, and I'm just I don't think anyone there could enable his flight dash to the point where it'd be incredibly impressive. Unlike a character like Aegis or Izayoi. So I'm pretty firm on a 4 placement as well. I don't think there's enough there. I think his general committal nature and his linear flight path kind of make him a little more awkward to use compared to those characters where I would not put them in the same tier.
Yeah, I think with that in mind, if we're going to compare them to each other, if we're going to compare Aegis, if we're going to put Merkava, Aegis, and Izayoi in the same path, I think 4 is suitable.
Yeah, sorry.
I was just gonna say, I mean, I don't necessarily want to put him in 4 personally. Maybe again it's because of my experiences playing against that character. Because my characters don't necessarily have the easiest time fighting him, so maybe that's why I feel like he's better than what other people are saying. But or not necessarily better, but higher tier. Sorry,
Yeah.
or in a higher number placement to if anyone wants to be pedantic with me, but that's how I feel about it.
No, I recognize that. That's why I wanted to come forth and say I had to say with Hazama and I had to say with Merkava as well. It's my character is body this shit. So I just have a really different opinion on it, but I see where you're coming from.
Yeah. Like generally my characters also deal well with Merkava. Like I mentioned, I in my list that I made, I see one team that's really messed up with Merkava, but I don't know if that one team is messed up enough to warrant placing him in 5. Because like for the rest of the like I feel like placing him in 5 might bottleneck him a little too much. But I definitely understand the worry for 5, and I think ultimately the best course of action here is place it in 4 and see how we feel towards the end.
Sure.
Yeah, like again, I can see the argument for 4, but I'm like still. Uh, I'm still like mainly on cheap side because I do like my team does also struggle a bit with this against this team as well. So or this character. So yeah, I think 4 for now, and then we'll reconvene.
We'll definitely come back to him. Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta just we gotta see who he pairs with because I'm in general like I'm fine with him placing him in 5, but like not right now.
Yeah.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Had to take a little short break to handle some things, but yeah, we're gonna be moving on to the evaluation for Mika. This is a kind of another weird character to evaluate because like she's really strong in our current metagame, but she's really strong predicated with having a couple really standout team comps, but also being effectively a check for a lot of the top tier characters. But like in this kind of environment, like those characters won't be as prevalent, so I don't know necessarily if she will be as powerful or if even she's as problematic as I might think. So like I'm leaning towards a 4, but considering her general strength, it's kind of biasing me that she could be a 5.
Yeah, I can see either one. I think initially I'd probably put her in 5 because I think like the characters that we see in 4 at the moment, I think she's a cut above. Goto's claw projectiles, and I think like that, you know, being able to like just uh stay in the air and just like and also just come back down with that like super egregious and big hitbox of like charged AP is also a good thing. And I think she's just like a solid overall character, and her assist kit is like to be desired in some places, but like I think overall is just like a really like a solid assist kit overall. But I think like her being able to like operate independently and also be a check for certain things is why I'd put her in.
Look, I play the character. I don't use a lot of. I look. I play her in such a. I don't know. Can I even call it basic? I don't really necessarily do a lot of the grimy stuff because besides obviously charge JB, because that move is just a move of all time. It does so much for her already, but it's like I don't know. I don't know how to feel about her because like part of me just wants to say she's a 4, but like I don't know if that's my personal like knowledge of the character and like how I play her as a 4 that makes me think like, she's not that bad, but I could reasonably see her being in a 5 purely because like yeah, she does have ways of dealing with zoning situations a lot more for, only a cost of a meter, and also just like generally being just fitting to her character an absolute nuisance to deal with.
Based on the metric we have for Hakumen, she should probably be a 5 due to her anti-meta capabilities, and she doesn't have the downfall of movement being her hindrance. I actually don't know what I would poke to with her being her hindrance. She actually has quite a few qualities. So I suppose that alone is convincing me that she should be a 5 because I also had her at a 4. she also shares this thing with Hakumen where I think she's kind of picky on like partners. I don't think you could just kind of like, well, you could pair her with more like random characters than you can with Hakumen because she does at the end of the day have side swap, and that's universally valuable. So, yeah, maybe she is a 5. The more that I think about it, like based off what we've discussed so far, and then giving it a little bit more thought, I initially had her at 4, but I can honestly see her being a 5.
Yeah, like I was also in the 4 category thinking about it more. Yeah, 5. Like I think her only quote unquote downside is her ground game is like it can be desired, but like she's got good mobility, a really stupidly strong air button, like assist value is not great, but it's okay. Yeah, I'm like this is like the weakest 5 I'm feeling, but like I still think a 5 is justified overall.
Mhm.
Also, another thing like I think that's worth mentioning is that like her ground game is comparatively weak, but I think with the advent of her being a uni character and being able to reverse beat some of her bigger buttons, like provide that they're on block into like a safer option. Also, just like it's not like an end all be all like deciding factor, but I think it just helps her a little bit just being able to navigate on the.
Yeah, that's also fair.
Mhm.
Yeah, more like I'm I'm kind of thinking about it. It's just like, yeah, five feels justifiable. Like I'm not like I said, I'm not super strong about it, but like it feels right now.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so going from Mika to Mitsuru, a character with stupidly strong buttons, one of the best overheads in the game, but really lacks in the assist department, like severely. But her neutral game is insane just with how poked she has, like freaking the 7 frame like laser JA. That alone is like what really takes her over the top, and she's got like pretty good neutral skip options if given some leverage. Just super strong character overall. There is never a world where she's a 6, but I think a solid 5 is where I would put her.
Yeah, I think this is like the first mid tier character that I'd be willing to put in the 5 category. So yeah, I have her in 5. With her being like a mid tier, comparatively to everybody else in 5, may seem a little off since those characters are definitely better than Mitsuru. As her being a mid tier character, but yeah, she can be in 5.
Yeah.
I mean, I just kind of. Oh, go ahead.
Oh,
No.
yeah. No, I was just gonna say like yeah,
Sorry.
I generally agree just because it's like yeah she's I feel like I've used this term a lot, but she's definitely the character where you front load rather than try and play a little more synergistic. And like I think with how like good her neutral buttons are and how well she can operate like in some operate in like neutral pretty independently, I think like 5 is a good place for her. She's not like that egregious to be in a 6, and like I think 4 is just way too good for her in terms of a placement.
Yeah, that's how I feel too. Like you guys pretty much hit all of the points that I was going to make about her. Like, yeah, no, she also has the privilege of being a rapier character too, which is like, yeah, no, the normals that she has, the buttons she has, is like really oppressive for people that have to, well, have shorter buttons or like have to like play around those ranges. So yeah, I definitely feel like she's a solid 5.
Yeah, I'll give a little bit more of a serious answer because I was being kind of a memer, but Mitsuru and these ratio style tournaments are always so interesting, just because like I think this is a quality of the character because like when I see ratio tournaments, I kind of say like, okay, what characters do I play and what partners can I like use them with? And for Mitsuru, I'm looking for some like things that are just so hyper specific. I'm just like, do I have a character that will give me some type of lockdown? What type of instant overhead confirms can I get with the characters that are available within the pool and things like that? And so it wouldn't be unfair to say that like in constructing my list, I took like a real hard look at the field that she has available and thought to myself, would this be interesting or not? Or does she have anything there that is just like valuable or not? Yeah, based off like the twos and the ones that I have available, there would definitely have to be some out of the box like nuance to really allow for her kid to shine. In most of these circumstances, she's gonna have to like do a lot of heavy lifting in the neutral without being supported as much in order to really get her win condition off. So I think five is fine.
Yeah. And just generally overall, we're expecting this format to be less zoner heavy. So her biggest check that her biggest bottleneck really in today's meta game is not going to be there as prevalently. So I feel like she'd be oppressive if we play Sturdy lower too. So, yeah. I think a 5 is unanimously agreed upon. Let's get on to Naoto Shirogane, a character that is very flexible on how you play her. She has a zoning heavy playstyle, which is really solid, really good through traps and just the keep away game. But like she has a surprisingly good like zoner rushdown hybrid playstyle. She brings a lot to the table in terms of assist kit. Her assist kit is fantastic. And she has the advent of an unblockable, which is probably very coveted. And not to mention she has a built-in win condition through Marks and Hama / Mudo. So overall, a really strong character with a lot of support value and good point value. I'd say a solid 5 is where she belongs.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. And one of the things like I think should be highlighted is that she gives everyone an opportunity for a universal unblockable, hard to blockable situation like Akatsuki. And like I think their assist kits are comparable, but I think Akatsuki has a slight edge, but it's not by a huge amount. But yeah, I think just putting the two characters that can just provide you with this with like an unblockable setup, but they're not egregious enough to. She's not egregious enough to be in 6, but I think she should be in the same tier as Akatsuki, given that utility she can provide for any teammate. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I'm in agreement because, like, yeah, whenever I made this, I had the direct consideration of grouping the two of them, Akatsuki and Shirogane, together because a lot of the time they have like the same sort of things that they provide to other characters, and also again the win condition of it can literally be a two-touch game no matter what with this character if she has the resources to do it. So yeah, no, I think 5 is very much fair for her.
Dude, this character is so good, man. Like whenever I look at the roster, and like this will be a bit of a personal tangent, but I'll keep it short. But like I think to myself, like, with a year longer of grinding this game, for myself, I definitely see a future where I main this character. Because I think she is like so ridiculous. She can win the game in so many different types of ways. You can like have the offensive or the defensive play style. You guys have outlined the unblockable. That is one of the types of ways that she can win the game. Then she has like Hama and like Marks. That's another type of way that she can win the game. She can zone you out. That's another way that she can win the game. Like just her active switch potential in general is good, even without unblockable. She's also a phenomenal support. Like you can like play her in so many different ways, and she's like above average in all of them. Um, Character is so good, man. Not good enough to be in 6, but yeah, she's very comfortably a 5. She is so freaking good.
Yeah. All right. Unanimous 5 agreement here, but how do we feel about the other Naoto? What are you guys' thoughts?
Hilariously, I also have Mina 5. Yeah, no memes. I mean, this is just like a character that will require for you to have the quote unquote execution, in order to like extract value out of them. But like so long as you have everything available. I mean, he has amazing jump buttons in terms of like the overhead, and he has a very far-reaching DP. Of course, the 4P is the meme. Also, his other assists are pretty good as well. Like 6P is like great for setting up sandwich situations. His 5P is kind of standard. Um, Great damage. Just really, it's a shame because like in rating this character, I don't really think it matters because I don't know if anybody in either tournament is really gonna play him. We don't really get a lot of representation from. Dude, I can't tell you the last time I've seen this character. This is off topic, but like, when's the last time y'all have seen this character?
Back when Caterade was still around.
Yeah, it's like, bro has disappeared. But he's like,
Yeah.
even in his absence, I remember like how good this character is. I mean, like, I think he's a 5.
Doesn't Tyria play that character?
There we go. Yeah, Tyria does play this character.
Yeah.
Reminding me.
I was gonna say, like, I remember seeing like Kuragane Hilda for Tyria whenever they were playing it recently.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I agree. There's definitely not a lot of representation, but also like, yeah, God, dude, just that 4P alone, it does so much. Oh man, it's ridiculous. But like, also like, whenever he puts you in a situation like knockdown or whatever, it's just like, oh, I have to deal with this tech chase that he is doing right now with the air dash macro, and it's just like, oh, this is bad. Phantom Pain situation as well. It's just like, this could be pretty terrible if I guess incorrectly on this, etc., etc. Like, he like very, very snowball heavy character as well, but also just can easily provide so much for other characters. Like, I feel like placement's fine.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. Like as everyone mentioned, the 4P of the gods. And yeah, like another thing that I think is worth highlighting is just he's very as Cheap said, very snowball heavy, but I think like he has a really good assist with 4P, and as you mentioned as well, Icons, like his 6P and 5P are like nothing to scoff at either. And I do also think that he's able to operate pretty well independently, and is like even a threat as a solo. Just like whatever character like in the 2 and 1 category, you're going to have to deal with Naoto K in the backline with 4P, and that's just already a big enough threat as alone. But like as a solo character, he doesn't struggle too much. Naturally, like he still has a couple of bad matches with zoners, but he has his ways to get around that, and also just has so like from what I've seen of like what he can do in terms of pressure, it's pretty freeform. So like he's definitely gonna keep you on your toes even if he's out on the field, given that there is someone that will pilot him proficiently.
Yeah, I'm in general agreement that he belongs in a 5. Like general pressure is really strong, good support value, and once again, talking about just the general environment, like there's not going to be a lot of people that can really check him. So I feel like he's not only does he have all these strong tools too, but like I feel like he'll be having a good time just in this environment if we don't limit him to some degree. So five feels like perfect. Like much like Shirogane, like kind of peak definition of what I would feel a 5 character is. So yeah. If we are all in agreement with 5, we can move on to Neo. I'm okay. I'm gonna be real. I'm torn between placing this character in 2 or 4 and not a 3. That sounds really weird, but that's really how I feel right now.
I personally think she belongs in 4, because if we're going based off of like historical data on how well that character can perform, she can operate. Oh wait, actually, yeah, probably a 4 because she can operate pretty well independently. And I know like damage is a really big turnoff for people, but I think with in the same way that like I've like evaluated like characters like Izayoi and Aegis, like I don't think her blender is as like potent, but I think her like the ability to just vortex people or just keep them guessing with a lot of her like really solid tools in general. I think she belongs in a 4. Like
Mhm.
I know you said like 3's not like really a contention for her, but I think she's a cut above everyone and by extension 2.
Mhm.
Yeah, I agree on that as well. I put her there because of the fact that yeah, her damage output isn't that notable, so that's why obviously she's not on the same tier as someone like Aigis. But nonetheless, it is still a very potent vortex to be put into, like teleport shenanigans, even just baiting it out. Like if you're trying to reversal out of the situation, anything that she does, like to try and mix you up, and like her very very good air buttons too, like very quick, very far reaching, very decently capable in that front of stuffing you out. And it's just like, yeah, no, she's got a lot. Assists leave some to be desired, but I would say most everything else she has does pretty solidly. I feel like, thank God this character doesn't do damage, dude. That's all I have to say. Like if this character did like any like significant amount of damage to you, like conversion wise, like this character would be insane. But as she is, I'd say solid 4.
Yeah, it's fascinating to hear how the narrative of this character has changed over the years, man. That past 2 minutes of conversation, if you put it in a time capsule and send it back 5 years ago, people would be like, their minds would be blown. Because I'm over here, I rated the character at my tier, and I'm just like, yeah, I haven't like talked meta like that with people, but like, we've all like noticed things and like meta has evolved. I'm over here like I think I might have overrated her, and then like I hear what everybody else says, I'm like, oh shit, I underrated her. I put her at 3. I put her at 3. Um, I think like she has the kit of a 4. But because her damage is so ass, and in order for like the ways I've seen her be successful, right? The main ways I've seen her be successful is by pairing her with a partner that synergizes with her kit and is able to bypass the damage prerequisite that she can't feel by herself, which is a pretty picky like point of like characters you could potentially choose with her, right? We've seen Susanoo, I've seen Yumi, and Naoto Shirogane. Uh, if that weren't the case, and she just had like not even good damage, but like average damage, I think she's very easily a 4. Maybe even potentially going into 5 territory, like that conversation. But I think since like that is her prerequisite, and in order to like really have her be potent, um, ultimately I have her at a 3, which is like similar to where I had a character like Linne. Um, my because even those characters kind of function a little similarly in my opinion. The thing with like Linne is that she's more like trending around like her all arounder kit, and like Neo is a little bit more about like getting the mix started or like airing the shit out of you, and just like control being an all around like control menace. So I'm not super opposed to 4. It's just the way that I see like her the big picture with this character. I think she more so fits in 3.
Mhm. Yeah, so to kind of explain my mindset, like it's really weird because like I said, I think she's either a 4 or a 2 and never a 3. My mindset for why she's a 2, like she has a very apparent faults, her low damage output, her general like kind of awkward ground game. Her ground game is not great. She has a good ground button, but it's a poke. Her 2A is like 6 framers, and it's like it's good, but like it doesn't really make up for it. So if you're forced to kind of like play on the ground, she's a little awkward, but like just with how good her air button is with her JA, she can control the airspace very well. She has dive kick neutral too, technically, and that helps her facilitate her mix. Her grounded dash technically can low profile some moves, but like it's a little weird. And in my head, like I'm kind of with Atkins with where Linne and Neo are kind of in the same headspace and like general same. They give me the same vibe, which is like part of the reason why I wanted to put her in 2. And I'll be honest, if it wasn't for people playing Neo nowadays, I don't think most of us would be convinced of her strength in a very similar vein of Linne, where there's not enough people and there could be potential there. But I've seen how screwed up this character is. I've seen how screwed up this character can be, even in playing solo. So making an executive decision for this list, I would opt to put her and lean more towards my mentality that she is a 4.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. I was gonna make a funny joke if she ended up being a 2.
Oh god.
I mean, if she ended up being a 2, then the Evo Japan winning team is legal for this tournament. Actually, well, I mean, we haven't gotten there yet, but potentially the 2 Evo winners of last year are legal for this tournament.
Yeah.
Oh god. Yeah, I think 4 is a solid placement. This character, I think, is capable of too much stuff that she needs to be limited, despite her very apparent faults. Moving on to 9, the Phantom. Put her in 6, and if anyone argues, I'm gonna say some things to them.
I had half of mine to literally interrupt whatever you had cooked up for her intro to just say 6. Literally, just like I was going to just interrupt you, but you already,
No. Like
Yeah.
this is the definition of a character that needs to be in 6. Like I'm biased. I want to ban her, but like I don't. I also want to ban Hilda, but like I don't think that's gonna be healthy for the format. But like, and I'm biased.
This character can play the game by herself. She can
Yep.
put you in a solo unblockable situation. She can do so much about with this game, like just by herself. And also, she has the insane damage output as well. That like with resources, it's insane. No, she needs to be in a 6.
She has like some of the best air buttons in the game that are disjointed. And like like in an ideal situation, I mean, this is like the epitome of like a character that can operate independently just fine. Because as you mentioned, Chief, the solo unblockable and like under certain circumstances, there's only a small handful of characters that can fight their way out of it. I'm not even gonna say get out of it for free because I don't think there is a character that can like just get out for free under like most circumstances. So ideal situation, she can just continue to loop that and just win the game. She just has to win neutral ones. In an ideal scenario.
Also, what do you mean by like free? Do you mean like resources-less or like riskless?
Like both. Because
Okay.
like if I want to talk about the first layer of like the setup in the corner, which is just 2C Morganite JB, like not even a Akatsuki can get out of that because the proximity of the buttons hitting is that he'll let the punch rip, but it'll just completely whiff on 9.
Yeah, I think Hakumen technically can, but then he's just standing there, go like, "I now what?"
Yeah, like he's still in a disadvantageous situation.
Yeah. Anyway, side tangent. Atkins, I know this is your girl, but like, what do you have to say?
I mean, I think 6 is a little crazy. Like, Shouty is at least a 10.
I want a better too.
Wait. Oh, the tier list. The ratio list. Yeah, she could be a 6. Yeah, she's a 6. It's fine. My bad, I got sidetracked there. Yeah, she could be a 6. She alright.
Okay.
Okay.
This guy, I swear.
Okay.
Oh
Let's
no.
get to
baby girl.
let's get down to the other side of the tier list. Noel's a 1.
My goat is washed, baby girl. Oh. First
I,
level.
I feel very similar talking about 9 that I do know well, where the faults there are so apparent that I barely have anything to talk about. Just jump against her and you win. She has such a bad spread against some of the characters in 1. I think she has a bad matchup against Labys.
Yeah. Like, she just has like such an exploitable game plan that like she's she's effectively like the best way I could put it is scrub killer. But like the moment that you realize you can press like up, up forward, up back, and then like all your problems just start going away with that character.
I mean, I got nothing else to really add. No, she's garbage. If she had the hat, she would be at a 2.
It's true.
If she had her old, the old Noel uniform, yeah.
Garbage is a
Akins.
strong word. Okay.
Look, I manifested my inner Jin Kisaragi right there. Okay.
Thank you for acknowledging that.
Yes.
Similarly to 9, she's a 10 in my heart. But unfortunately, she's a 1.
Okay.
The
Yeah, I
pain.
think
Girl.
the
Dude,
well,
she's literally. Go ahead. I'm gonna take a selfie and send it
okay.
to this chat. But yeah, just go ahead.
Bro, I have like a little mini Nendoroid of her that I have now, and I'm just like, man, it's a shame you're not a better character.
This character's so bad, bro. All right, let's move on before we let's
So
let's
let's
talk
move on
about
before we
another.
hold hands in prayer.
Let's move on to another version of herself, new. Okay. We have more of a discussion about new. A character that like doesn't really have a lot of representation, but like the main representation kind of ball with this character, I'm not gonna lie. Like on the surface level, like I want to say, her zoning's like not the greatest. Like she has decent mix, she has weird assists, but like she just kind of works well with certain characters, and like she has the potential to be very oppressive on her own, and she has great chip and resonance where she, and just that alone lets her function in resonance, and she also has decent solo mix too because her instant overhead's like decently fast. Like I was like thinking about it, and like I felt like that she was a 3, but like I can see a genuine argument for her being a 4.
Yeah, like I'm kind of more in the camp of putting her in 4 because it like this is all proportionate and we're effectively scaling the characters and giving them a value. When I look at the characters in 3, she's a cut above all of them so far.
Mm.
And like I think like in a lot in some scenarios like she's able to keep up with some of the characters or like provide something to the team where she like I think a 4 spot is just. But I can see an argument for 3 still. It's just that like given the characters we have so far, I see more 4 in her or her for her on this list.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. Like, even though like Zoner doesn't have too much damage, it's just like she still just has so much going for her. Like a lot. Like especially the teleport dash. Hold on, like that's something else. Like I've seen some grimy stuff with like assist kits and such, like utilizing that, and I'm just like, dang, no, this is oppressive. This is rough to deal with a lot of the time, and it's just like, yeah, she is. No, I definitely feel like she's definitely cut above like what we have in 3 already. I wouldn't necessarily put her in 5 because there are still some flaws in her, but I definitely say like 4 is solid for her.
I had her in 3, but now that I look back at my list, I realize some teams that she would have access to within 4. So, nah, put her in 4.
I think that's fair. Like, she's a little bit of an awkward character to work around, but like that 6P man, that 6P causes some degenerate stuff. And like she could do degenerate stuff too, just with the like she mentioned the dash that she has, which is just a free sandwich, and her zoning's not the best. It's still good though.
I think her zoning is actually really well. No, I think her zoning is actually great. You are right; it is not the best, but I think it's like close to it. Especially when it comes to like assist sniping capabilities, like that, she is like nearly better than Hilda in order to be able to like implement that in a impactful way. Just because of like the angles that she can cover and how she does it, like she's something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this doesn't feel like a character I've moved on like decently recently. Just thinking about it, the context of it is just like my heart just like yeah, like 3 kind of makes sense. I don't see her that often. Like I don't know necessarily if she's that screwed up, and then I really think about it. I'm like, no, keep her in check a little, at least a little bit.
Like some food for thought here, because I was like, this was me theory fighting in my head. I'm just like, dude, this character's dumb, but I've never actually checked the numbers, right? Hilda's 5B is 21 frames. News 5B is 13 fucking frames.
Damn.
Bruh.
Jesus.
This character is stupid.
Yeah, like granted, it's smaller, but like also it might not matter if it's that fast. Okay.
Like comparatively speaking, smaller and has a dead zone, but like, what are you doing throwing a new 5B at that range where you're hitting the dead?
Right.
Yeah, you're playing a zoner.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. Unanimous 4?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
think so, yeah.
All right.
Yep.
Moving on to Orie. My specialty. So I'm gonna let you guys say your opinion about her before I say mine. Not that I think mine is super controversial, but I'm curious what you guys have to say.
Um, like as someone who has been on and off and played her, I think she's like a pretty firm 3 because I think she's pretty well rounded as a character. You know, obviously, but like she likes a projectile, but like I think her assists are like really solid as is. Um, but I think like when I look at a lot of the characters in 4, yeah, and when I look at the characters in 3, I think she's like on par with the characters in 3 in terms of performance. Maybe like I think she's on the higher end of 3 here, but I don't think she's in enough. She doesn't have enough going for her to be in the 4 category. But she's just like a really solid, well-rounded character. But like doesn't really excel in anything, and her damage output is on the is below average.
Yeah, I think she will get access to some good teams for her as a 3, but I think that's okay. Ultimately, like I look at her like she obviously she's a rapier character, right? So there's like an archetype of what that character falls into. And so I looked at pretty much all of them under that scope of like if they have these partners in 4, is that problematic? And like for her, although like arguably, depending on how we go with this, she might have like some of her best partners there. But in terms of what the characters bring to the table, all in all, I think that's fine.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. That's where I put her as well, pretty solidly in 3, just because even with the distinction she's a rapier character, she doesn't necessarily have a lot going for her even with that. It's like some of her buttons, dude, like the downward stab with her 5A. I understand why it's like that, but it's just like, oh my god, dude, this is bad.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I've played enough with Lon to know. But also less just like, yeah, there, there's just parts of her kit that make me think like, yeah, no, she's a rapier character on the surface, but she doesn't feel like one a lot of the time.
Yeah, I am like I agree with like pretty much everything you guys said. Just like she has good tools, but they're just good. Good button. Is it anything impressive? Like Jay is really good, but like, is it incredibly impressive? Not no. The she has EX thrust, which is a nice sandwich setting thing that is arguably her strongest point as a partner. Only in contention with how 4P is, but 4P is a really weird assist because like you have to set it up and some characters don't have that luxury. So it's a little awkward to use despite how strong it is. It's just like this is just a character that screams to me a 3 because she has good tools but nothing worth limiting, where it's like she doesn't have the strongest vortex. She doesn't have the strongest neutral. She doesn't have the strongest assists, and she doesn't have necessarily the strongest button. It's like everything about her is like good, fine, but like in a game like BB Tag, that's often not enough to really excel you. So like a 3 is perfect for her, I feel.
Yep.
All right. Going on to probably the single rarest character in the game. Question mark. It's either her or Jubei, I swear. Platinum. I'm not gonna lie. I have seen this character so little and have been so unimpressed by them that I do not remember how they play, what their game plan is, or anything they do besides they kind of have like goodish assists that are kind of random. I want to place her in 1 because it's platinum, but like, what do you guys think?
I mean, I'm in agreement. This character just has way too many like stability issues to like um honestly put anywhere else. I know she has some funny stuff, but it's just like there's so much there's a good amount of RNG just in her kit to where like if things were stabilized, she would like I can see an argument for 2, but like no, she's just a straight up 1 just because of the instability.
I fought this character in Arc World Tour, and I was just like thinking to myself, like, man, yeah, this sure is a character. She sure is doing things to me. And then I was seeing the damage, and I'm just like, about that. And then I just hit them once, and then they died, and I was just like, okay, yeah, sure. Like the stability issues as well. There is just like, I wish she had an indicator like she does in like mainline Blaze Blue, where it's like, oh, here's what's coming up next, like for her assists specifically. Like I wish she had something like that so you could tell like what's gonna happen and how to structure your combo follow up based off of that. But that's not the case. You have to do things on the fly a bit with her a lot of the time, and I don't know. It just feels like she puts in so much effort for things where it's like other characters just don't. Like even for like a lot of like normal like conversion stuff and all that, it's just like I don't know. I can reasonably put her in 1. Maybe see an argument for potentially 2, but 1 is fine with me.
Yeah, I do not have a high opinion of this character. I also fought Platinum at Arc World Tour. Shout out to Alane one time.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean Alane, and, like I probably reference them the most because they're the Platinum player I've had the most amount of games with by far, which is funny because I've only known them for a year. And I'm talking about for the entire scope of this game, but she's that rare of a character. But anyways, like Alane is a player that's like definitely playing Platinum to like try to play her on a team that's like pushing her to her max potential and trying to play the character like at her max potential, and like he's obviously put a lot of time in, and so like there were like a lot of situations that I would like be in or like be put in, that I was just like, okay, this is cool, and like there's a lot of things I have to recognize there's just like pure outplay or like gap if I was like having any trouble. But once like I got more comfortable with the matchup. I was really able to internalize like what was cap or gap, and like really like the damage output is like a huge like glaring issue with the character as well. There was just like not a lot of things were equating to what you would expect given the setup that went into it, or like the enabling that went into it. Also, this character like has some bad matchups. like, I mean, in short, I switched to Hilda and it fixed a lot of my problems, but I don't even think that's like a Hilda specific thing. I think just like screen control in general fixes like a lot of the problems of like this character essentially being two-step. Like her 6P or like I guess it's her 6P. I actually don't know her assist, but whichever one is like the random assist, like that has some startup before it's able to be active. And so if you have like any type of snipe, she's cooked. It's just it's a rough patch for this character. So I think she's a 1.
Yeah, I think her assists are legitimately the only thing going for her, because I think so 4P and 6P I believe are the random assists, and generally if they come out, I think any option is good, but just that instability is weird. That kind of gimps her support value, and well, I think all combining everything is just like this is not a good character. Put her in 1.
Yeah.
All right, next character. Put her in 6. Do we need to discuss this? Like, this is very
No.
similar to 9. No, like, yep.
I like she's a 6.
I think one of us can just give like a brief, or Lon, if you just want to give a brief explanation, just so that we have our bases covered.
So she throws out projectiles and moves towards you, and you can't do anything about it. And she's operatable in resonance is insane. Operated solo insane. She has her own pressure. She has basically what is effectively unblockable with 12,000 overheads and maybe 1 low. It's always the low that gets you. And her and sister are really good. What more do I gotta say?
I think if there was a mod for this game that allowed for you to pick a character and then your second character is George, to where it's just like George can never be active, but like you can call your 5P and it just like places a George on the screen. And like if your point character dies, then like that's the end of the game. I think George would be a 6. That's my take on
completely
Rachel.
agree.
That's my take on
agree.
Rachel.
Yeah.
Damn,
Spitting,
I should have slapped a George in here just for the funny.
True. Like, dude, like I'm seeing Rachel Noel being a viable comp. I do not like Rachel being in this format, but
And I think Rachel Platinum being I see Rachel Platinum being a viable comp. Like,
yeah. Like I like this character is just so good that like she's low key. Like I joked about banning 9 and Hilda. Like Rachel could be bannable. She's just that good solo, and like on top of that, she has great support value. I don't know. What are we thinking? Is the debate actually whether or not we should just ban Rachel?
low key. I look. I don't know.
Yeah?
People are gonna be in my ass. Actually, wait. I don't even want to speak anymore. Discuss, gentlemen. I don't want to speak anymore. Because if I say what I'm gonna say, people are gonna be in my ass. So discuss.
I mean, like, sorry.
I'm going to be like, like I'm gonna try and be fair in terms of just like I don't want us to resort to banning characters just because for like X, Y, and Z reasons. I mean, Adachi and Yumi, like as we mentioned at the beginning of this video, they're cut above everyone else to being able to provide support and also as like a character that can operate independently. And I believe Rachel has that, but I think she's just allowed to I think like partially, I think one of the reasons why I think she's allowed to exist right now, at least like from this initial standpoint, is just like her damage output isn't exactly the greatest. I know resonance is insane, but like in terms of just being able to just get a hit, yeah. And like with the characters that we have in 1 right now, you're basically playing a 2v1. But that's me being quote unquote fair if we're going to keep this character in.
I think my take is if there's a conversation for Rachel being banned, then there probably needs to be a conversation for 9 being banned.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna get to as well.
Yeah,
And I don't want to limit, like, I think like the take for Adachi and Yumi being banned is justified in the sense of just like, I'm not even like, this is why this is not a tier list, because I don't even think arguably I'll be very subtle with the way that I present this, not completely forthcoming. Characters in the band tier may or may not even be better than characters that are in 6 tier. Right? It's because of what the characters in the band tier represent. Like, the fact that they enable so well, and like the fact that like they it's almost like kind of cheating the ratio system in a sense as a concept of being able to like have access to those characters, because the extent in how they enable, or the extent in how they support, is so overarchingly good slash uninteresting that it's better off in the meta without them under this specific ratio system. Not in the games, it's in this ratio system, right? Whereas like the argument for Rachel or 9 being banned isn't really that. It's that themselves as characters are so good that the partner like kind of doesn't even matter. It's not about like what they enable. It's just like they themselves are like so good. So like literally, it's just like you have them as a 6 for them to be basically played as like a solo character, and that's probably fine, right? That's not really the case with Adachi. Adachi isn't playing as a solo character. You know, he actually kind of sucks solo. Yumi isn't really playing as a solo character. She's like fine, but it's because of what they enable is why they're up there. 9 and Rachel wouldn't be up there for what they enable. It's because of what they do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I think I'm inclined to agree with that mentality. It's just like, as toxic as these characters might still be in the metagame, I don't think that their game structure is uninteresting enough or kind of cheating the system enough where we would warrant banning them. But like under a different mentality, yeah, I could see it, but like I think we cautiously let them be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment.
Okay. All right. Moving on to Ragna. You know what, Cheap? You are effectively the specialist here, so let's hear your opinion on the matter.
Oh, jeez. Okay. All right. So, Ragnar the Blood Edge, man who's come very far from his 1.0 days. So, he does a lot. He has good damage. He's got very good pokes, good, well, decent mix at the very least. You know, we meme about Gauntlet Hades. It is like a 20 some odd frame overhead, but it's still pretty damn good whenever it comes to converting and being able to put, that fear in somebody. Solo struggles against like anybody who outranges him, namely zoners. His assist kit is it leaves it leaves a lot to be desired. If honestly, it would be so much more elevated if Health Fang did both hits on block instead of just the one, but that's not where we're at. Blood Scythe it's a serviceable 6p, but it can be easily stuffed out if like with how long it takes to get there. It's not a projectile. 4p is also serviceable, but it's just a standard anti-air assist. It's not really that great, but it's not that bad either. He does a lot just by himself, but as a team character, as an assist character, it leaves a lot to be desired. I personally put him in 4 because of all of this, because of, yeah, he's good by himself, but this is a team game. This is a game that, well, you need another character to play. And quite frankly, he does a good job as a point, but he's pretty selfish whenever it comes to being on a team in a lot of ways. That's how I feel about him. I mean, I'm not necessarily saying I'm downplaying him, but at the same time, I know his faults and I know like where he stands in a lot of situations that like he could be better, but I don't know if I can reasonably put him up there.
Mm-hmm. I initially had him at a 5, and that is very much to do with the fact that, like, I mean, Ragnar players show up. I mean, you show up, Sheep.
I mean, I can't show up to this.
yeah, you,
I
yeah,
get what you mean.
but yeah, but like, considering how the rest of the list is, well, Ragnar competitively is one of the most successful characters, at least in the NA scene. I can't see him on the same level as a lot of the characters that we currently have in 5. I think weirdly, like, Mitsuru is the best comparison, but like, I think Mitsuru benefits way more from this general formatting style than Ragna can. Because she's also a super selfish character. It's just like, her pressure's insane, her mix is insane, whereas Ragna, like, I feel like Ragna has to work a little bit more to achieve what he has. And granted, like, his reward is better purely based off his damage output and his lifesteal, but I don't think the reward outweighs just having that consistency that you have with Mitsuru, because like Ragna's well-rounded, he's strong, but like I don't necessarily think that placing him in 4 would be enough of a problem for this metagame.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is where this is not a tier list disclaimer rings true. I have met 4. Based off the characters that we have in 4, I think he's the strongest character in this tier by far.
Yeah,
absolutely, yeah.
absolutely.
But this isn't a tier list, so it's a ratio list. But yeah, I think he's fine in 4. I don't see him getting like any super egregious teams in 3. I mean, obviously they're like, ultimately, man, that it may seem like we like there's like glasses on because of like how successful the character has like been, but it's just Gap.
Really
Ultimately, it's like we really just look at the mirror and like face the cold hard facts. It's just Gap. And I go for it.
I was just gonna say, like, what is this character doing? Like that, like a lot of the people above him like aren't already. Like they have the damage, or they have the mix, or they have some combination of like any of like the traits that we've listed for Ragna, but he's just him. He's just doing his thing. He's not doing anything special. He's probably one of the most basic characters out of everybody, but he's just doing it well. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, it's just like I can see like just we haven't even finished the list yet, but I can see like with Ragnar being placed 4, the people that have had success with the character could probably still like fuck up this bracket with Ragnar being placed as a 4, including you, Cheap. Like I could like see that. Like I don't think like y'all are just good BB tag players. So I won't let that mystify my judgment and place him within 5. I do think he is a 4.
Look, quite literally, like if I had the option to just play him solo, I would do that and probably still get pretty far. I ain't gonna lie.
Right.
Ether, do you have anything to add?
I remember my initial standpoint was 5, but like looking at the tiers and scaling, it's just like, yeah, I think he has like, solid damage up when he is deceptively bulky, but it's just like, as as Cheap and Atkins mentioned, it's just like he's a very like selfish character, and I think I also agree with the statement that he's like the best character in 4 by far, but it's just like I think what sets him back from just being a part of the 5 category is just that, like, I think in terms of fighting these characters one-on-one, like, I think Ragnar probably does well against him at the bare minimum. It's just that, like, yeah, I think he's just held back by, like, assist kit, or, like, his assist kit, and also, as mentioned before, like, I think Ragnar is a very successful character and goes far in a lot of, like, brackets that we've seen so far. But I think in terms of, like, the quality of the higher the quality of the players, the harder it is to be successful with. So I've like I said, I was thinking he was in 5, but like no, I'm pretty firm in the 4.
Yeah, I think unanimous 4, due to all the factors that we talked about, is well warranted. It's just like he's kind of just him.
Like
That's it.
like I'll mention this real quick, and this like applies because of like my observations with specifically like the way Yosuke and Chi play is just that like you have like at the end of the day, ultimately, like I know Galen Hayes is as we mentioned before, Galen Hayes is a good meme, but like at the end of the day, with like some of the higher echelon of players that we have available, Galen Hayes becomes like more of a tool for like throw baiting or something like that rather than like a mix up tool. So it's just like you like as we've seen through their gameplay, people like Cheap and Lord Host of Dong have showcased that like if you have strong neutral and fundamentals, this character will take you very far. But like you have to have that with the like the harder the competition you face.
Mm-hmm. The way I see Ragna is he's the right tool for the right player, whereas like it's kind of oxymoron. He's so basic that you need to be an expert in order to excel at him because everything that he has just accentuates your skill level at the game, and he doesn't as grimy as some of the Ragna players seem like they play, a lot of that is backed up by fundamental knowledge of how the game or how their opponents operate rather than like cheesing them through something silly. It's like Gauntlet Hades is really good, but it is within the realms of reactable, and like if he can't get to that point, he still has to play a very honest neutral game because he doesn't have a proper neutral skip. So yeah, I think 4 is perfect for him, even though like our hearts kind of stay with 5, but 4 seems perfect. All right, Ruby. I mean, like, also probably an obvious 6, but like, I think there's at least like something to talk about here where we're not just slapping your 6. Like 6 easily, like super strong buttons, solid checks to whatever the opponent has to do, pretty solid, like above average assist kit. Ruby has everything against everybody character with basically 0 bad matchups. um she in and of herself is kind of BS and how just simply her like she's the type of characters where her tools are relatively simple, but they're so damn good that they really elevate her to that top tier status. And I don't think that's gonna change in this format, and I think a 6 is warranted for her, but she's not necessarily like the strongest 6, I would say. But 6 for sure.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I okay.
Go ahead.
Should I continue? Okay. I was just gonna say, yeah, no, she definitely does at the very least still in a sense has to play the game compared to like a lot of the other characters that we have already listed like up there. But it's still just like she has the tools needed to really handle almost any situation, really. Like especially as again considering the assist kit that she has is able to put you immediately into sandwich situations, already like continue your pressure with 6p from a distance, or be a godlike anti-air, mind you. Like I've seen that 4p hit in a lot of situations where I wasn't even like aware that it could hit that high, or in that type of situation. Then it's just like no, I feel like whoever she's paired up with will still benefit a lot just from having her in the back line itself. So with all that in mind, I feel like that yeah, she has everything that's needed to be in the 6 tier.
Yeah. I so for a little bit of context, um I agree with what everyone said. I'm just going to make an allusion to what someone described another character in another game. So in Tekken Tag 2, Lars was like a solid, like high top tier character, and someone described him best, and it's the same way I would describe Ruby. If you're getting into a fight, this is like the most reliable person you can bring into a fight with, because like as everyone mentioned, she's so well rounded. And another thing too that that just kind of really nails in that like she just works with everyone. Compared to the any character in this game that isn't like Senran Kagura or Ruby, they like Ruby characters were designed for this game specifically, while everyone but her and the Senran Kagura cast was like they were adapted from a source. So like I think they definitely just designed her with mind to be the poster child of being like a well designed character in BB Tag, and it shows here. And, as I mentioned, she is a character that if you're getting into a fight with someone, she's the one that like you can rely on to show up.
Mhm.
Perhaps Unk is out of touch. I have read a 5. I have read a 5. I think she's up. Like I don't really need to lay out the character's qualities. It's been covered. Like I'm well aware. Like she's like exceptional all arounder, beyond potential woman. She's shown her potential. Like great buttons, great mix of potential, great like lockdown potential. At least with active switch, her assists don't really do that. But she does even have like side swap potential. Like she's good. She's Ruby. And this is not a tier list. However, I feel like the characters I have in 6 like are rule breakers. Like they're some fucked up shit, man. And like, don't get me. I fucking hate Ruby. Like, don't get me wrong. I hate Ruby. I hate Ruby. However, I don't nowadays. I don't really see her like that. I don't really see her as like a rule breaker champion. She is very good. Like she is great, but I just don't group her with those characters in 6. Am I gonna like argue for her to not be in 6? No. Fuck Ruby. But just being transparent on what my opinion was, I have her in 5.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And like, there's an inkling of me that thinks like she could be okay in 5. The thing of like, we've talked about all Ruby, all her good tools. It's just like she still kind of plays the game. Kind of. She doesn't have anything that's like Tick Heart, right? She doesn't have anything like homing dash. She doesn't have anything like freaking Chie where she is her own lockdown character or lockdown assist. Like she doesn't have anything like that. And while I would say that Ruby is overall like upper echelon, top tier for sure character in our current video, I could see an argument for 5 predicated purely on the fact that like her herself is not like Atkins says, not rule breaking. She's just really good. But I think we're all kind of agreeing on this 6 area here.
Yeah, it's fine. Like I said, I'm not gonna let me hold back. Let me hold back for a bit my vitriol. I'm not going to make an educated any type of like case for this character to go any lower. If y'all want to put her at 6, she can go at 6. That's fine. I'm just saying, my personal list, I have her at 5, but she can go at 6. That's fine.
Yeah. That is fair, and I think there can be a discussion for moving her down, even though I think you'll agree that she probably is the strongest character in 5 if we put there. But
Yeah.
we can have that discussion later, maybe.
Yeah. Now this motherfucker right here.
Okay,
This motherfucker right here.
Atkins, you're riled up. You want to talk about him?
Yeah, ban this bitch. I mean, I'm too. It's 6. You're picking 2 characters with this motherfucker.
Actually,
Like,
though. No, I'm in full agreement.
Yeah, I agree. Just second character with the orb, neutral skip up the wazoo. Probably the single most insane assist in the game with his 5P sandwiches wherever you want. I mean his other assists suck, kind of, but like, have you seen Seth 5P? Have you seen Mans? Do I really want to deal with like Celica being able to set up a sandwich whenever he wants to with Seth 5? No, not really.
What are
On
you
top of
talking
having
about?
Seth.
What are you talking about, Lon? It has low block stun and it's a mid. What else does it do afterwards?
Yeah, it's
I'm
not like
quoting
the
somebody,
low.
by the way.
It's not like the low block stun allows you to create easier sandwiches because you have a higher active swap window. No, nothing like that.
No, of course not.
No, no, get him, keep him there, keep him there.
Yeah. I also want to
I-
highlight. Oh, go ahead.
No, go for it.
Oh. I also want to highlight that dude. Like, so in terms of like his archetype of being like a quick character, normally you'd associate that with like low damage output. But no, dude. Like, I've seen that character just break 10k off of a counter hit 5B starter. Why does he need that? But that's also my short little rant. Like, this character just also can like shit damage when needed.
Yeah, it's like I actually no, I don't have anything else to say. Fuck this guy.
Coco Catster. That's get him in 6, please.
He's there. He's there.
All right, Susanoo. This is a character that I initially placed in 5, but like I don't know if it's hater energy or if I'm just scared, but like my soul is telling me this guy is a 6. And like it's very much predicated on the fact that he has the best 6P in the game TM with his 6, like that freaking bullet is so good not only for starting pressure, counter calling assists, and just overall has decent damage for what it is at a fast startup for what is effectively a laser. He has pretty good neutral. Do not let Susanoo players tell you this character has bad neutral when he has a 9-frame JB that is that big. And like his ground game's a little whatever, but his pressure game is insane. He has like +3 4A lets him have like really good strike throw, and like not to mention he has the potential for unblockables with God Press, and he has freaking Grand Viper for unblockables. Like I thought he was a 5, just generally going based off vibe and where I would see him like kind of on a real game tier list, but like I'm genuinely terrified enough of this character where I think it warrants a 6.
I have him in a 5. I do think he's very good. Right? I hear everything that you're saying. All those things are facts. He is one of the more terrifying characters to just like fight. Like I feel like where you're coming from in terms of like your placement is kind of based on fear, because like he is scary. Like a very, very terrifying character to fight. But all in all, like the character does run into troubles in terms of like being slower, right? It's not that he doesn't have the tools capable of being able to cover space. Like he's not like a Kanji, right? Him and Kanji have like the same type of like similar type of runs. But Susanoo has like JB. Susanoo can like fling across the screen with like whatever it's called. Is it 236? I haven't played the character in a long time. I forgot his notation, but like he has a lariat. And you can cover that lariat with assists. He has Brown Viper. He can wiggle his way in. Like he's not like super hurting with his slow movement, but he does have slow movement, right? I don't think he's as, like I said, I look at 6 as rule breakers. He's on the cusp, but I don't see him that way. Ultimately, I have him at 5. I do also think limiting, because like honestly, he's gonna be either 5 or 6. I think he works in that Hakumen, Mitsuru, potentially Izayoi framework of him not having access to his teams that allow for him to see success. Him being in 5 is probably harmless. But you know, that's me. I don't think like his solo venture, given what we just talked about with Seth, I don't think that applies to Susanoo. Like in terms of like his solo output.
Mhm.
I think like I see where both sides are coming from, and like I think for the argument in terms of six, I think like it's similar to like where like I feel about Azrael in terms of his like insane damage output, where every like um a lot of scenarios where you're able to get opened up, it's just like effectively a two-touch game with that. So like he struggles solo. Like I mean, there's a couple matches where he struggles like as a solo character independently, but I definitely think that like it's kind of like mitigated by the fact that he just needs like two touches on like most characters to just take one out.
I mean, yeah, no, like I fully, I fully agree with the points made, but yeah, I'd personally just still put him in 5. He's, I feel I put him in 5 initially just because I was like, yeah, no, he's very scary. His assist kits, purely for the 6P alone, honestly, is insane. But like, I mean, I still feel like he has to play the game. Like he doesn't have the kind of egregious stuff that all these other characters in 6 has. I feel like 5's fine for him.
Mhm. I can see those points, and I think I ultimately agree with with in mind of the full context of the list that like I personally think like he might not be a rule breaker, but he brings to the table something like super unique and strong, and he combines a lot of strong tools that I think bump him up to a 6. But I think on a baseline, I'm fine with him being a 5, and I don't see him being a problem there. Um, it's just like he's borderline at the very least. So yeah, I think semi unanimous 5 placement is fine there.
Yeah.
All right. Tager. That this is no to no one's surprise a bad character, but how bad is a grappler if he's enabled, I guess is the best way we can think about it, because like I'm sure all our gut feelings about him is probably like a 1, but like he could be toxic enough with paired with some characters in 6 where he could be a 2, but like I'm honestly not like super invested either way. He's low for sure.
This is maybe the character most in the list where I'm going to have to recognize my bias. Because like I've gone on record before uh and said that I think Tager's the worst character in the game. I don't know if I still feel that way. Um but I think he sucks. But I recognize that a big reason why I felt like he was so bad that he was the worst character in the game is because of my character spread. He can't like unless I'm just playing like dog shit or I'm asleep at the wheel or I'm getting like hyper gapped, he can't beat my character spread, especially Hilda Batista. Um, but yeah, I have a hard time um judging the character based on other merits because I've never really played a team where I have to like interact with him. I know that sounds crazy, but it's true. The closest that I play where I like have to interact with like Mitsuru Batista, but it's just like why would I play that when I have Hilda Batista? So I'd be more interested to hear like y'all's side of things. I think my placement on him because of his archetype and because my archetype is too polarizing to have any like really good insight.
Taker's ass, bro. Taker's bad. I played this character, man. I played him at his lowest point, but even now it's still pretty bad, dude. He's a 1. What does he give to somebody as an assist kit besides 5P? And even then, like 5P is still like there's just so much bad about him that I feel like I'd be here forever if I listed all of it. But he's a 1. He's a solid 1 for me.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hey,
like
Tager, what do you think?
I'm in the same boat. Like I don't think there's anything like super egregious I can see in 6 to where it's like, oh, we just gotta bump him up to 2 because he's like he still struggles in this like referencing back to like our metrics in terms of numbers. He still struggles and he doesn't really benefit much from like the current metagame and how it's in this reduced power metagame. I don't even think he benefits much from having teams bottlenecked and having Adachi and Yumi. He's still just like he's still on the struggle bus. So I think 1 is appropriate.
Yeah, I'm definitely inclined to agree. Like the only thing I'm worried about is like the whole like grappler like game plan being kind of toxic, but I mean that's less of the thing about the format and more just like grapplers are kind of just toxic in general. And especially with how the list is set up, he's not better than he's not even on the same level as Kanji. He does not like at least Kanji can be a pseudo assist spot and also be funny in the corner. Taker just like he has 5p, it's alright, but like besides that, struggles in neutral. It just takes one right guess and he has to go back to that struggle game. He has Spark Bolt, which is a good move, but like it's a great move on a bad character, and that one move is not saving him. So one seems perfectly fine.
There is a concept team with a character that is in 6 that is probably a great team, but no one has ever like put time into it. And I think anybody that's going to play Tager was just going to play the main team, which all of it is legal here. So I won't even say what the team is. But
Yeah,
there is a concept team that with a character in 6 that's like actually probably really fucking good, but it's never really been like dialed in on because you got to play Tager.
yeah, just opportunity cost probably. All right, Teddy. Um, we said this for a couple characters, but I feel like this is definition of what a weird character. Everything about him is weird. His playstyle is weird. His general game plan is like very peculiar, and there's so many ways to go about it that like there's not one way to play Teddy, and there's not one right way to play Teddy. And depending on the environment and who he's fighting against, that his viability might change in accordance to that. In general, I vibe with him being a 4 because I view him as being well-rounded enough to belong in that area. Like his items are nice at space control. They're really strong and they really mix well with like having either a zoning or mix heavy game plan. His assists are pretty good overall, especially his 5p. 4p it can depend on the item, of course, but like yeah, it's generally over like generally strong assist kit, generally strong point character, but nothing to the degree where I think it's like toxic where we need to limit him. What do you guys think?
If we lived in a different region, I would probably rate him as a 5. But given that we are in the region that we are in, I think he is fine as a 4. He's good. Bear Screw makes me really mad. That move is crazy. The fact that it's so fast. You can get crossups with it. His 5p is also really good. The random item aspect. I don't like item toss characters. And I think Teddy is like a decent one. Granted, like his items, they did a good job. I hate to say it, but I think they did a good job balancing power level of his items in this game. Like they like aren't super insane. I think his most insane ones are like oil, the little oil barrel, and then the buckets. Mostly everything else is like you have to really be a specialist and extract value out of them in like more interesting ways in order for him to be effective. Uh, but like ultimately, like he has, I mean, his JC is also really good, but I think he's a specialist type of pick, and I don't think. Damn, is he a 5? I don't know. I want to hear everybody else's now because I'm not sure. He's either 4 or 5. I could see 5.
I put him at a 4, just because like some of his assists like and his like capabilities like obviously like give him like ideal situations for him, and item toss as well. If you don't have a means of checking it, then it's just like, well, you got to deal with this now. But I don't really think he's got things going for him like 5 and 6. Like it going based off the metrics that we have, I don't feel like he fits anything about 5 and 6, but especially 5 as well. Like I don't know, it like not really many parts of him like feel too egregious to me. Like it like either as a support or a point, like to warrant that. Like so, I just felt like 4 was comfortable for him.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat of like having him in 4 because as she mentioned, just seeing the people in 5, I definitely think like I don't think he can hang basically. Um, I do think he has some like pretty messed up stuff, and I just remember somebody messing around with the team and they had Teddy on it, and somebody said never play Teddy against me again. But like it's I think um overall he's like the best way I could put it is that like he's middle of the pack because he doesn't really like cater more towards like being a point character or like a side character. He can play both roles pretty well. It's just that like I don't think he has some of like the grime or the threat of a character in 5.
Sure. I feel that.
Yeah, just like I think one big thing is like his damage output is on average pretty low. His vortex is really weird too because he doesn't have like proper like high low or empty jump low mix because I believe his JA is a mid. He does have the same side cross up ending overhead that's safe on block, but like that in and of itself isn't like oppressive enough, and you need to set it up in a very specific way. And it can be threatening, but it's predicated on items, which is inherently inconsistent. So like I feel like while Akin said like I think he could be a 5 if played at peak performance. But like I'm also seeing some of the stuff we're putting in 3, and I'm like, I don't think like first of all, like I agree, like he's not riding with anyone in 5. And like I don't think he would be toxic with anyone in 3 either. So yeah, just like generally strong character, probably on the upper end of maybe 4, but still very solidly in 4 just due to all his like good generalized tools, but nothing game breaking.
For sure, for sure. Yeah, I think 4 is fine. However, if you put him 4, I'm making the call. If anybody's listening to this, somebody has to rock Teddy Mai for the
That's true. That's
for the spicy
true.
food.
That has synergy, question mark. But yeah. Somebody will maybe. All right. Next character, Batista. Atkins, I don't know if you are the Batista specialist per se, but like that's your rep, so I'm giving her first dibs. What is
Sure.
your opinion on Batista?
Sure. This do be. I've played a lot of fighting games. I've been playing fighting games for a long time. BB Tag Batista is, I think, by far the fighting game character I have the most cumulative hours in. The moment that she was available in BB Tag, I played her, and I've been playing her to this day, and that was 7 years ago. I'm old. Anyways, because okay. Maybe it's just because of the attachment I had to the character, I looked at this list this way. But like literally, I looked at this list because I have her as a 4, based off of what is she enabling as a 4, and I like looked at characters at 3, 2, and 1 based off of what you provide those characters with them in those placements. Just because of like her support kit being so potent. All of her assists are amazing. She's not hard to pick up. Like, if somebody really wanted to play a character in 3, 2, or 1, and like that was like their main, and like their partner was banned, and they were just like, okay, why have to get a new partner? And they decide I'm gonna play Batista. They can learn Batista in like 5 minutes. I'm not even like exaggerating. She's very easy. She can enable a lot. She can enable like rushdown characters. She can enable zoning. She can enable so much, and like she's pretty competent like in her own right. Um, hot take, like she could be even higher. Like just in terms of like how accessible she is, and like if you just really want to go a lazy route, in terms of like having a assist character that enables like your 3, 2s, and 1s, you could just play Batista, and like on that notion, I think that you could like even make the argument of her being like 5. But ultimately, I don't think people. I don't think the majority of play. I don't think that would like explode into being like a massive problem. I don't think the majority of players would really look at her that way. I look at her that way because I've been playing her for years. Um, but she is a 4 in my humble opinion.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree, and like honestly, just for some like behind the scenes, like when we made the criteria for 4, I think like Batista was on the mind.
Right.
Like she is a support character that is decently solid as a point, not fantastic, but pretty solid. Great assist, great support values, great ways to get characters in and out. Like, yeah, she's like like I mean, like I said, she's like the purest definition of a 4 for me. She provides a lot of tools for the characters that she is available for, but is not like the tools are super good, but they won't imagine they're going to be that oppressive in the hands of some of the lower echelon characters. And kind of to bounce off like what Atkins said with per being in 5, like I would also like could argue that because Batista is just kind of like one of those boring support characters that in my opinion would quote unquote dominate the format at a 4, but I think that's fine. I say quote unquote dominate because I don't think she'll be oppressive, but I think like if you're gonna look at this list and you're gonna be like, I play a character in 3, I'm picking Batista every single time. Like that's what I would think logically. And I think that might be an uninteresting play pattern, but I don't think people are gonna do that. But I think theoretically, if everyone had that same mindset, yeah, people would just be like 3 plus Batista.
Yeah, I'm in general agreement. And like I will say this like as I know we're not putting her in 5, but just as a general counter argument, it's just like I think she outclasses everyone in that in terms of support value by far, but I don't think it's enough. I don't think her like as a character independently is enough to like really hold a candle to the people in like it's close, but it's not enough. And like that's I see where you're coming from, but like especially since we're also putting Elizabeth in the 4 into the support characters, I think it's only fair and fitting that Batista is there as well.
I can't really add anything more to this. This is basically hitting all of the points that I had as well. This is the problem of sometimes going last. It's like, well, I mean, what else do I add here? It's just like, yeah, like nails on the head. Like, yeah, no, she's solid 4.
Yep.
Yeah, like
My goat right there.
that's the Batista.
Yeah. So say it's the best Batista NA.
So true.
He is pretty nice with it.
But here's the gapper.
But here's the gapper.
Splendid.
Splendid indeed.
Splendid.
All right, Waldstein. This has been one of the more interesting characters for me to theorize about because, like, low key, Wald's support value is kind of insane. Um, he has great lockdown. He has good fast coverage. He has good active swap points thanks to his grabs as well as I think 236B is his I think this is his like 6P in general, but it's a pretty good active swap stuff. He's good in the corner and it actually has surprisingly decent neutral because of big meaty claws. Like, he's a character very much brought down by our current metagame and how that operates with how much space control there is. But it's just my opinion that when you mitigate a lot of that, he rises up in value a lot. So as a result, I would actually place him in 4.
I'm in agreement. Like I know 3 and 4 is like really the hot topic as of late, but it's just I'm gonna say this again. But when I look at the characters in 3, I think Waldstein like just straight up outclasses them, like not only as a character but also like in the assist kit as well. So and I think like um and like even in 4 too, like his assist kit like definitely keeps up with like or even just straight up beats some of the people in 4 as well. As a solo character, yeah, there's a bit to be desired, but I still think he's able to keep up with some of them. So I think 4 is a solid spot.
For me, I kind of was a bit tentative with him, like between 5 and 4, purely because, like, yeah, his assist kit is actually pretty top notch, but also it's just like I've seen what this character's capable of. Like even solo sometimes, like I've seen it, and it's just like he's not to the same degree as Mika, but he is a grabber with some form of mobility. and with the big giant buttons that he has, the screen space that he occupies, like I was saying, like if I'm putting him in 5, it's at the lowest end of it, but 4 is probably where I would be like, yeah, pretty comfortable with where he would be if like we're going to put him there, because yeah, he's definitely above everybody else, like below him in terms of the numbering to the system. So I would say like, yeah, 4 is probably pretty solid for him regardless. 5 I could be convinced, but yeah.
I am gonna recognize my bias as being somebody who is the problem with BB Tag. I have really good matchup spread against this character. uh,
Sorry.
no, you're good, you're good. However, like, it is true. Like, hearing y'all talk, I kind of like reassessed. I'm like, oh yeah, before this Hellspawn 2.0 meta like came to fruition, Walt was like an amazing character. Right? He only like deteriorated in value because of like the meta that we have now, not because like he's actually bad. He's actually like very good. Like his support potential is great. What he brings to the table as like a core character in himself is great. Sure, I mean he's like grappler, and I think he's like a bit less suited in being able to like cover ground as in comparison to a character like Mika, but like it's not that like he's bad at doing so. Like he is fine. Um my placement for 3 was because I'm part of the problem. He's probably 4. Y'all are right.
This podcast low key is Atkins realized how privileged he is with his character pricks.
Yeah, there's been like 4 characters that I rated lower than y'all, and then I realized, oh yeah, that's right, I'm a cheater. Probably should.
It's true. Out of everyone in this call, your teams easily are like. I mean, you play meta teams. All of us in here don't.
Well, yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess you call them meta. I suppose.
Are you saying Yumi? Are you saying freaking Yumi 9 isn't meta?
I don't play that team.
Oh, you don't? I thought you did.
No,
I
not
did. I
anymore.
really yeah. I don't play
Oh.
that team. There's one
Okay.
player that and it didn't actually end up happening. There's like one player I said that like if I faced him in bracket, I'd probably just mirror them. Oh wait, I gave it away. I was supposed to say that I would play 9 Yumi against them. But yeah, I don't play that team. I haven't played that team in like over a year and a half.
Okay. I wasn't updated. What do you play?
Mitsuru Batista and Hilda Batista.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I mean, you play the team with the most meta characters on it,
Yeah.
which is Hilda.
Yeah.
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 She. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, I think we're pretty set on 4 with Wald.
Yeah.
All right. Why Schnee? Another character that is kind of boring, but like solid. Like really good buttons, has some potential for funny mixes if given the opportunity to. Um and overall is just a solid character with like solid tools. Like she seems to me a 3.
See a 3, bro. Hashimo does live in this region. We'll be fine.
Yeah, we're fine. And we got Lotad.
We do have Lotad. We
Yeah.
do have Lotad, but yeah, I mean she's good. I think there's been glimmers of like people who have been able to like really put effort within this character, such as like a Hashimo, or even like a Caterade, a Lotad, like people that have been able to like showcase how messed up this character can be in the right hands. But I think ultimately it comes down to like a Ragna thing. It is Gap. Uh, in the grand scheme of like rapier characters, I don't think it warrants her being a tier above Orie or a tier right below Mitsuru. I think she's right in line with Orie.
Yeah, I'm in general agreement, and like I don't think this should matter much, but I think like also just the general point of like if she wants to hit her higher damage numbers, there's a very like I'm not gonna say like super strict, but there is a strict execution requirement that you need to have character in order to pull that off. And like the consistency behind that is like some people have been able to figure it out, but it's just like you have to be pretty on point to like have to be able to do that as well.
Yeah, I think it's also something to consider as well. Like with regarding her is just like, yeah, she does require somebody to at least be knowledgeable enough about the character and able to execute that to be able to really bring her out to her fullest. Which I don't know. I don't know how many dead people are nowadays. There's not many that really utilize that to the fullest, but um, I don't know. I definitely felt like she was like a solid 3, but I I always list her as potential woman.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, funnily enough, if we are putting her in a 3, uh, we are at least according to Midori, we are allowing Weiss's strongest team of Weisswald in this format, and I think that is perfectly fine.
Somebody play it then. The fuck?
Yeah,
I
I
was gonna
know.
say,
No one
yeah.
plays this team, but it's listed as the top, like own tier team on on the Weiss Synergy tier list.
All
I mean,
right.
that's like I think that's okay. That's also part of the reason for a bracket like this. Is just like to get people to think outside of the box or try things that they wouldn't normally try and maybe discover some new synergies or like things of that sort. So I don't think that matters. I think that's fine.
Yeah, like I haven't been able to see how messed up this team is, but like Weiss is generally tempered when it comes to how good as she is as a character. Like she's solid, but like she's not gonna whip out anything insane. Like she's relatively honest, all things considered. I don't really see her being that much of a problem if given her quote unquote like best team. It's just she poke, and she poke very well.
Man, I was a visionary back at offline WNF. I played that team at one point.
Oh
But
god.
yeah, like no, I want to add this like as just like a tangential side note about this list. It's just there are some teams that have the potential and there are teams that are quote unquote allowed, but I think like for people especially that play teams that just naturally qualify, they just get rewarded because they've just been like playing a some people could say subpar or suboptimal team, and this is their time to shine and showcase their proficiency with it, if anything. So like, just again, they are just naturally rewarded with the environment of this tournament format.
Mhm.
But yeah, like Weiss at 3, I think that's perfect for her.
Yes. All right. Anyone else have anything to add?
white girl.
It's true.
I mean, yeah, it's literally her name.
Yeah.
It's just It's
white.
just why she. I like I want to like I'm trying to think of stuff of the character that feels like there's more, but just like she's basic. Put her in 3, and we'll be done with it. I don't think she's moving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Yang. Man, I have like so many mixed feelings about this character in our current metagame and where she is now, but like I've changed how I feel about this character so much, but I'm currently on my arc of she's probably not as good as some people give her credit for. Like she has decent range, and she has decent like counter poking with armor. She has decent approach options. But she has really inconsistent assists. Ultimately, she's a brawler character, so her range is limited. And she does have good like mix in the corner, but you kind of need to facilitate that. And I don't really see her with anyone right now being that huge of a problem. Like, I'm kind of talking myself into a 3, but like I think she's a 4.
Ooh. Yeah, I have her as a 4. I think she is significantly better in this meta without having to worry about Yumi or Adachi. I don't think like the thing about her is that she is pretty team centric. Like solo Yang can make she's almost like Ragna in this regard. Like her and Ragna have a lot of parallels. Like solo Yang can make the comeback. She can do it. Ultimately, it's Gap though. Like I know like 5v, JB, like those are tools. And they're good tools. I don't think they're broken tools. Right? Um uh her support potential is like not like she just flings across the screen and like does a thing. And then like if you're playing a character that can like work with that, cool. But like I don't think there's a ton of characters that can really like kind of play around that. I think she's perfectly fine, but I think she's above. Personally, I think she's above 3, and mostly it's due to like her armor capabilities, semblance potential, overall kit. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in general agreement. Like, I think she's like a pretty solid 4 because. Oh god, I sound like a broken record, but yeah, in terms of the characters in 3, I think she's a cut above them, and I think she has enough potential to operate like independently while also providing like a decent enough assist kit to put her in 4. Like I know like she has like some really weird instability issues with like her 6P and all that, but I think her like 5P is like it's standard. I think it's okay, but her 4P is like also pretty solid as is.
Yeah, I I put her in 4 because also, yeah, I kind of had the same sort of justification as Akin stated. It's just like, yeah, she does have like some things about her, the B button armor stuff and all that, but it's also just like kind of like Ragnar. She just kind of gaps. Like, yeah, she's a brawler. She doesn't have too much range. She does the damage, but I mean, again, it's just like against a lot of characters, she's getting outpoked in terms of range. So it's just, I don't know. I feel like she shares a lot of similarities with Ragna, and that's why I kind of put her on the same listing as him.
Yeah, I mean, despite my like somewhat pondering of whether or not she's a 3, I am 110% fine with her being in a 4. I I think she is strong enough to warrant that, and ultimately, like, I think that is a good spot for her considering the just holistic view of her kit is good enough. Like, there are flaws, sure, but there aren't like it comes with some pretty noticeable strength. So 4 is fine.
Yeah, the thing that's interesting about pondering whether a character is 3 or 4 is that ultimately the only thing that you're deciding is if you want the character to be able to pair with other 4s or not. right?
Yeah.
So in this case, I think she shouldn't. I think she should be forced to pair with characters that are 3 or lower. I think allowing her to pair with characters in forward actually gives her access to some pretty fucking good teams. So I think she should be a 4.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Orax. We're not letting you play Liz Yang. Or Liz Wald for that matter. Or sorry, not Yang Wald for that matter.
Yeah, that was one
Yeah,
of the
yeah,
things.
okay, yeah. Like looking Yang
There's
Vati.
even some
Okay.
others that are there's that
Okay.
one. There's Blake. There's there's
Yeah,
she
yeah,
has some
hold
good
on.
partners up there.
Yeah, that she might be able to cook too much at 3. Okay, but yeah, that solid 4 placement. All right, Yosuke, this annoying freaking rat of a character. Um, I'm such a hater that I want to put him in 5 for no good reason, but that I know that's cap, and I would put him in 4 because like Moonsalt's annoying, but I think it's dealable if you just like choose not to approach him. He kind of needs like a partner to really like accentuate all that. Like he really needs a partner to accentuate all that. And I think while I am seeing options for teams that are admittedly kind of funny that he could have being placed in a 4 category, I think overall he is fundamentally kind of flawed in the sense that like he has to be in close range and he doesn't have necessarily like the strongest approach tools, even though he has the spring dash. It's pretty predictable and linear, and like you have to block it for it to be like relevant, and if you kind of just jump over it, he gets blown up. And not to mention, he's an air character too, and I can imagine there's going to be a lot of situations where people can just not have to deal with him. So I don't think he's strong enough to be a 5. So 4 is my vote.
Yeah, I'm in general agreement. I kind of saw some merit of him being in 5 because I think like his assist kit is pretty solid as is. Like but I think that 4P is like what 10 frame startup.
It's pretty strong,
Yeah, like something like that. 5P is like decent, and then 6P is just if you get hit by that, that's just you got to hold that because it's a persona. But like, yeah, like I think either I think he'd be on the higher end of 4. Now that I'm like trying to scale it proportionally, and I I think he'd be like a really strong 4, but not strong enough to make it into the 5.
Yeah, I I really don't have much to add again. Points have been hit for me. The exact talking points have been hit for me. On why I put him in 4 as well. So I don't have anything to add right now with him. Like, yeah, it's been said.
Yeah, in my opinion, Yosuke shouldn't like be an option in this tournament because I just think Yosuke players like shouldn't exist. But
Damn.
yeah, like I, people shouldn't have to fight this character, man. But if we're going to acknowledge that Yosuke players have human rights, then yeah, he should probably be a 4.
I understand your viewpoint completely. This character is such a freaking pain to deal with, and like that says a lot because like you play Mitsuru, which is one of his counters, and
Yeah,
you're still annoyed with him.
yeah.
What a freaking rat of a character. But I think 4 is like undeniable, has really strong tools. Like Moonsault's stupid, V Slash is pretty stupid with given the right platform. He's fast. He's kind of fragile, but it doesn't matter if you can't catch him. So like 4 seems solid.
Yep.
All right, the final 3. Yu Narukami. I mean, I also think this is a generally like easy 6 for many of the same reasons as Ruby. Like he doesn't have the same tools as Ruby's, but like his general tools that he does have kind of fall in the similar line of just good solid tools excelled on a that excel on a character that has a very cohesive kit and just strong overall neutral presence, pressure presence. He operates well on a team, operates well solo. Uh, he only really like lacks a anti-air 4P assist, and that's like the main problem that he has, question mark. But overall, like, I mean, he dominates like NA metagame particularly for a reason.
Yeah, I definitely would put him solidly at a 6 just because he's just Mr. Everyman. He is an all rounder. Like he's classified the same way as we would classify Hyde, except he is good at everything. Like he is an all rounder that excels in almost every single facet. Like, yeah, I don't see a reason to put him anywhere below 6 at all.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in agreement. That's all I could say because the points were covered.
Same. I don't really have much to add there. He's a 6.
Yeah. No conversations here. This on the other hand.
Take it away, Lon.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, do I have
here's
a
the yapper.
lot. Do I have a lot to say about this character? I won't say my opinion on how strong I think she is in our metagame, but I will say she has a lot of potential flaws, but also, like, if you let this character play with so many more tools, I do not want to see that. This character is very much checked by our metagame, unless, like, she is, like, very flawed in a lot of aspects. But when you take away a lot of her big checks, this character can very much run a train on certain comps. Like, she's really polarizing in that sense, and like as much as my heart says she's a 2, I really do think she's a 3 because the type of game plan she will employ if allowed with more tools would just not be fun for the metagame. I think that fire level is stupid, and there are going to be a lot of ways I have found myself with a lot of characters to get her to that point. And like while Yukiko is inherently like kind of a flawed zone on how you approach her, with the general ecosystem that exists, a lot of characters are gonna end up struggling to check her when they don't have access to strong options in order to counter her. So like I high key think this character is a 3 as much as I want her to be a 2.
I So here's the yapper. Here's the thing. I understand where you're coming from. This character is so polarizing. I understand where you're coming from with that assertion. However, I think her being a 2 is fine. And like if she has those enabling comps within like 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. I'm looking at this as a point of view of like characters that play or playing characters that give her a hard time. Like, bro, if I'm fighting like Yukiko and she doesn't have access to Adachi or Yumi, and she has access to characters like 5 or below, and like I'm trying to win, I'll just pick 9 and some fuck ass one character and just like just fucking kill her. Like it's not that big of a deal. And I feel like the characters that like she does run into trouble with, like Adachi and Yumi are not there, but there are characters in 6 that like fuck her up. And like they can fuck her up like solo. Like they don't really need a functional team to do so. So like I think her being 2 is like fine. I think her being 3 is kind of overrating her. But that's just my opinion.
I'm going to trust Lon's judgment on it, and like, God, I keep saying this shit, like, but I know two's looking like a little bit of a of a wasteland in terms of like how many characters populate it, but I think she's in like based on what Lon said and given my experiences playing and like I've like I'll just add this as a thing like I've spoke to like Lon extensively about like how this character is and where she's placed and like given everything that's in mind I I don't disagree with two but like I'm a little more leaning towards three given this environment.
Yeah, I placed her at a 3 purely because, again, like just setting up a lot of the characters that I had in like the 4 range and well, in the ranges where she could be a team, put on a team. Like a lot of the characters I had, and I was thinking, like, man, like having her run away with this, like especially with fire levels, like being a thing. It's just like I don't think I want her to have more. And that's kind of like that was my basis for a lot of this, just considering a lot of that. But also, I do understand, like, yeah, she, like in spite of the fire levels, she is still. I don't know. Would you agree, Lon, that she's like the worst zoner in this game?
Worst zoner in this game.
Is
God,
Plat
that
a
is a
zoner?
that is looking at the
That's
list,
how I feel.
like probably, but there's competition.
Okay, that's for another time. That's just something I
Yeah,
wanted to ask.
like
That's just something
I don't know. She's not a
again,
bad zoner. She's just flawed.
this is like again
Yeah.
just it's like thing I was considering in my head of just like what she does by herself, but also like as a support value, but also again just like the whole picture with her. And I was just thinking like, she does not have a lot going for her besides that gimmick, in a lot of ways.
Yeah, like I mean, she plays solid neutral. Like it's like the thing about Yukiko is that she is a zoner at the end of the day. Her neutral is decent. It's just exploitable because you just can kind of forward tech fans and she's put into a lot more pressure to do things, but she still has tools in those situations. Um she has a surprisingly decent matchup spread even towards some even posturing towards some of the higher tier characters. Like she's actually a decent check for solo Izayoi because of 2B. She's a decent check against characters that generally struggle against zoners because she herself is a zoner. And while like she's not dominating any fields in that category, the fact that she even can kind of check those characters and the reason why you don't often see that is the case is because those characters are paired with really strong partners that counter Yukiko because Yukiko is one of the characters that has been screwed the most by the screen control metagame that we are currently in because she cannot contest it. But if you remove a lot of those aspects, you remove the lasers, if you remove a lot of the bullet assists, I actually genuinely think she does get a lot better, and you would see that she does rise decently significantly in viability if not for those checks. And not to mention, fire levels being as polarizing they are, and the fact that she can end games with certain comps. Like, she's going to be a character that I would rather err on the side of caution than give her access to tools. And just in my opinion, like if we were to place her in 2, no one has played this team. Susanoo Yukiko is cracked. It is insane with what you can do with that team. It might not seem like it, but like having Yukiko have access to unblockables as well as a high damaging partner that benefits off his assist kit and a character that can protect her as an assist too, just with his big body and bigger buttons is a team that is horrifying and would be absolutely in my opinion would be very polarizing to be allowed. And that's just one of many examples in that tier. Like she's not a very splashable character, but I think she's toxic enough where I think I would err on the side of 3.
Yeah, I guess. I almost feel similarly to how I felt about like the Waldstein Weiss thing. It's just like, all right, somebody should fucking play it. But I understand where y'all are coming from in terms of putting her at 3. I should also say my 2 and 3 look completely fucking different than what we actually have. So I have more characters in 2 than what we ended up with. So she just ended up being in that grouping based off how I was looking at the list. But yeah, 3 is fine.
Yeah, we'll go back to this one. She's a funky little chick.
Mhm.
You gonna say something, E30?
Oh no, I was just gonna say I agree for now.
Okay. The last, but certainly not least, Yuzuriha. Uh, just I guess kind of timestamp where this is. We saw today how good this character is, even alone in some aspects. This character's good, bro. But like,
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have like been saying this character is so fucking underutilized for a very long time. Like, and the crazy thing is, bro didn't even use the Hilda Yuzu comp to do it. He used fucking Mitsu Yuzu. It's just like, yeah, like that. She's still fucking great. Like, I don't know, man. That shit was crazy.
yeah, like she has probably the best left right mix game, just on point, because I mean that's just what her entire kit is built around. Her assist kit was better at some point, but it's still pretty damn good, all things considered. She's the only caveat is she's pretty awkward to play solo, but if you're able to navigate around her weird movement and like have that presence of mind of knowing where her teleports are gonna be, you can really trip up opponents solo. Like it's a bit painful and it requires a lot of skill in order to manifest that level that we kind of saw today. But like assuming she's played at a fundamentally sound level, this character kind of messed up.
Here's the thing, man. Uh, I think she's a 4 still. I don't think she's far from a 5, but it's a 4 due to like her solo potential, as you mentioned, and just what like I don't think the character. Basically, if we made the distinction to not put Batista at a 5, even though the support potential is so good, I don't think we make the distinction to put Yuzu at a 5 because of her support potential and overall game plan implementation being like so good. Ultimately, I still think it's within that 4 realm, but like it's if she was a little bit more picked and represented and more within my conscious of like being less of a potential woman and actually just woman, maybe she'd be 5, but I'm gonna say 4.
Yeah, I'm in agreement on 4. And I think it's and it's a similar evaluation on why I gave Weiss as a 5. Like she has like a quote unquote like execution check to be able to pilot her like well enough to be a threat. And I think that threshold to be able to achieve that is really high, and like the general popularity of Yuzu in NA is just borderline non-existent. So I think 4 is a good place for her, but I do agree with Atkins on like 5. She's on the upper end, close to 5, upper end of 4 and close to 5.
I put her at 5, bro. This character's fucked up.
I ain't mad at it.
like the situations he can put you in just with teleports and just like any kind of assists alone is just like, nah, bro, this character's fucked up. Not to the same degree, fortunately, as what she was back then, but it's still pretty bad. Like, I'm reasonably convinced she's a 5 purely off of just teleport assist mix alone, honestly.
Talk your shit,
Yeah.
King. I ain't mad at it.
Like, okay. Thankfully, she is the last character. So if we were to place her in 4, do we see that being problematic?
I think most of the teams that she has available to her in Turkey and like 3 and below obviously are not. And like the pool just gets exponentially smaller, or like it gets pretty smaller and weaker if she's put it to.
Yeah.
Because like I'm not seeing any like outlier teams to where like yeah she needs to go in she needs to go in 5.
I have a propaganda answer.
Mm-hmm.
I think you put her in 4 to force people to try her out with characters in 3 and below. Just so she gets some representation.
That's
Mm.
that kind of true. I'm a decent advocate for Yuzu Yukiko. I think that team's not necessarily super strong, but it's funny. Yuzu Tank sounds kind of baller, actually.
Sounds funny.
Yeah, funny at least.
Yeah.
Like S Yuzu is just diet yeah, Mitsu Yuzu at this point.
We'll get to S in a minute. But yeah, I mean, I don't. I definitely hear cheap. I'm not ultimately swayed. I guess that's going to be the talking points of if we do have anybody in 5 or 4 and whether they should switch is just looking at 3 and being like, okay, if they were to bump up or if they were to bump down, is there anything egregious here, right? And so we're able to look at that with Yuzu specifically because she is like the last character. I mean, I look at the 3 stuff, I'm just like, yeah, there's some potential here, but like I don't really know what it is, and I wouldn't really be like opposed to seeing it. I'm interested in seeing it, so for that reason, I don't really care about her being 4. I don't look at the whereas like I look at 5s and I imagine there were 4s. I'm just like, nah, fuck that. They just take 5s. Oh, Yuzu, I look at it, I'm just like, yeah, I'd be interested. Like if somebody like played Yuzu with one of those 3s and it ended up being really good, it's like, oh, okay, cool, that was cool to see. Like I'm not really enraged by it.
Yeah,
Might be biased though.
I think I definitely hear you on the 5, but like once again, like not a tier list. Like this character's like Omega screwed up, but like given the environment that she is and what she has access to, it's like, is she gonna really be that oppressive? Like potentially, maybe, but I'm optimistic that she won't. So I think a 4 is fine. But since we're at the end of the list, we're probably gonna do some tier adjustments because I'm seeing I'm seeing some concerns, like at least in my mind's eye right now. But like, are we fine with just preliminary placing her in a 4 and willing to move her like soon-ish?
Sure.
Yeah.
Or I am, I should say.
I'm down as well because we're actually just in the fine tuning phase.
Yeah. Cheap.
I guess.
We'll see. I see what you're talking about. I'm just wondering, like, will that really be okay? Let's first things first. What's bothering me? I think Aki can reasonably move down to a 5 now. With everyone in there, like, I think that's fine. He's kind of messed up.
Okay, before we even like get to discussing that, I have a massive theory to throw out there, and I wanted to see what everybody's opinion is on it. Just because this list shaped up the way that it did, and like mine looks very different.
Oh, I know where this is
What
going with this.
what do you all say about the notion of making the criteria a 6-core system and minus everybody by you move the characters from 2 into 1, you minus everything above that by 1, and you make it characters added to 6 or below. Because it just seems kind of weird that there's only 3 characters in 2, and like honestly, I'm looking at like what the pairings are, and I'm just like, they could just be with 6s, bro. Like it's really not that like that's just me though. Like what do y'all feel about that? I don't know.
I personally like. I can see it. But like, hmm. I think we've carefully crafted some of the math here, and like, that would require. I don't know if it's as simple as subtracting one and being fine with it. To be honest, I'm thinking about that because like if we subtract one off everything, that means that doesn't that mean like every 5 goes down to a 4, right?
Yeah, but then
Doesn't-
you make the
hold on,
criteria
hold
6
on,
or
hold on.
below.
Hold on, but doesn't that mean that people in 4 can be paired up with every other people in that same category now?
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
if
that
you
would.
take that down to a 3, then that's 3 and 3.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're right.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I just don't like the list is just. I think twos are
Twos are-
weird, but I understand now. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, like,
Because
oh,
yeah,
sorry.
where you're going with that, I can see the direction, but I was like thinking about it. I'm like, add up to 6, but yeah, the 3s would match up with other 3s.
Yeah, like
That's yeah.
yeah, like we like the math is like done here. I think ultimately it's fine if we have really weird populations in some tiers because like that's just kind of how our game is.
Sure.
We could maybe move someone down to 2. I think there are characters that would be reasonable, but we'll
Yeah.
discuss that.
I interrupted you. You brought up Akihiko. My bad.
Yeah, I think Aki kind of screwed up, like genuinely screwed up. But like looking at everyone in 6 and generally our ideology, like him being in 6 was a byproduct of him being first, and like
That's true.
I don't see him being toxic with anybody in 2 especially, and I don't think he breaks the game. I mean, he kind of breaks the game with Sway, but like not in the same way that a lot of the characters that we currently have in 6 do. So I think reasonably he could move down to a 5. It's gonna be like borderline. I'm cautious about it, but like I think it'll be fine.
I mean, the question is can Akihiko be allowed to play with Celica, Kanji, and Linne? And I think it's fucking fine.
Yeah.
Like, literally, that's what you're asking. I'm just like, it's
Yeah.
fine, dude.
Yeah, that's fine. Like I don't think his place like full bias. I think Aki's a really cool character, and I think he has interesting ways to play against him, and like he's not the type of character that I would warrant putting into a 6 for that reason. Like I think even though in our current metagame, super powerful character given the right hands, just in this format, like I don't think we need to tax him that hard. Even though like it kind of effectively doesn't mean anything, but like I say move him down just to posture him correctly.
Yeah,
I mean-
I don't mind.
I mean, I had him at 5 initially, anyways, so I'm fine with that.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. I think for the most part, 5 is fine. There could be a conversation for Aegis, but I do not want to have that. Keep her away, please. No more.
But a conversation for her to be a 4 or 6?
4.
Fuck that bitch, bro.
Yeah,
No.
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 She should be
No.
fine.
No.
I'm
No.
looking at this. No, she doesn't need to be anything
No.
lower.
Yeah, no.
But I think she's just offset, like, where the characters we have in 2 and where she is right now. She's just offset by just, like, her highest highs. And this is way too egregious there.
Yeah, this I hate this character. Get her out, please. No. I know Hakumen. We had a little bit of discussion of where are you feeling about Hakumen right now?
Uh, yeah, he should. I mean, do y'all have any? Because like I was the one that was like I have Hakumen in 4. I mean, seeing how the list shaped out, and him being in the same tier as Susanoo probably makes sense. And Akihiko's there now, so
Yeah,
probably fine.
with like those kinds of considerations, yeah, I think it's fine where he is.
Yeah, I'm like maybe 4, but like I think we should be limiting him. So yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So I've been staring at this one team. This is for a little while now, and I'm genuinely horrified about it. Blitztank.
It's fine.
That's viable. You think that's fine?
It's fine.
Okay. I'm just like, I know how freaking like toxic this team is. I only know one person that has ever played it, and they were like, "This is gross," but like, I think it's fine too. But I'm looking at it, and I'm like, I'm scared. But who said we can't little grime come through? I guess. Kind of similar mentality with that tank, but like, if one is fine, I think the other is fine.
Yeah.
I think it's okay to just keep that in. Yeah.
It'd be kind of funny, I guess. Okay. If we want, okay, let me pose like I guess a theoretical question for us to ponder. If you wanted to put more characters in 2, who do you guys think would be fine there?
Gordeau and Hazama.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like only like really just those two.
Damn, Gordeau? Big Daddy Gord? You want the fucking Gord Akatsuki? Gord Mitsuru? Gord Susanoo? I mean, you know, I guess. I guess. I'm sorry. I think Gord is good, but you know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying. That's how I feel.
E30, do you have a say in the matter?
Like, I feel like in terms of like the general like consistency and stability of those characters, I think the three like I know you said 2, but I think like the 3 characters that can probably be like discussed to be shifted down is probably Tank, Gord, and Hazama.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't.
Oh, go for
Oh,
it.
go ahead. Go. I was just gonna say I don't know if I can agree with Tank purely by the notion of unblockable stuff. Like with you're gonna have a Akatsuki tank be a thing. I mean, we already have Liz tank, I know, but like, I'm not down with Akatsuki there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
think
think.
Tank gets access to some pretty egregious stuff if it goes down to 2. Hazama is on my list originally as 2, so I'm not gonna say anything there. Gord, I don't know, man. It's like the teams that I listed. I didn't even mention Akihiko. I forgot that he's there now. Gord Akihiko could like potentially be a thing. And like I see Gord as like, dude, his like 5P, 6P okay. Like he's a perfectly like he's not amazing, but he's a perfectly fine character. And then like his active switch mix is like phenomenal and very enabling. Like just doing button in the Grim Reaper is like godlike. Like instant mix, instant like 50-50. If it doesn't work, instant like lockdown access to more mix. People like need to feel inclined to try to escape out of it or push block, but even that can like not. It's just like he's good, man. He's good. But like I don't know.
Look, I was just posing it out there, okay? Azama, I was 100% certain on. Gordeau, I can understand if you don't want to move him at all, which you're making good points towards, but Hazama, I feel is definitely lacking enough. If we were going to move, if you had to move somebody down to 2, which I'm not saying we do, but I'm saying that if the situation called for it, I would say Hazama for sure. Gordeau, maybe, but Hazama for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm inclined to agree with the. I mean, I initially wanted to place Gord between 1 and 2, so you know how I feel about that. But like, I see Atkins' points, and like generally, we said at the top of the hour we're more willing to be harsh about things, and I think that's. I think if there is that fear, then like we should listen to it. But yeah. So now that we've kind of postured that Hazama might be 2, do we actually want to do that? Do we think that will be fine?
I think it's fine.
I think it's all right.
U30?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see anyone in like this in the 5 category that's like super like, oh, I don't want to see that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm fine with it.
I think the council has agreed to move him down to 2.
There it is. Congratulations, Zama. You've officially been demoted.
Yeah.
Oh, he would love that.
Or I guess technically promoted. He has more access to. It depends on how you look at it. Is the glass
yeah.
is the glass half full or half empty?
It's kind of true. All right, I think 2 is fine, and 1 is fine. Does anyone have anything they would like to bring up?
Nope, not for 2 or 1.
Just in general for the list.
All right, it's time for the S conversation.
Okay, yeah,
I think
yeah,
S needs to
yeah.
be a 4. I don't like the idea of S Batista being legal. That team is like insane. It's Mr. Batista, bro. Like it's like.
I'm kind of inclined to agree, yeah. And like, look, freaking SJB is 1 frame slower than Mitsuru JB for an instant overhead. It's still unreactable. Like that team is really strong, and I think even in like compared to the other characters we have in 3 that could be paired with Batista, like I think she does stand out. I mean, like, you know, as someone who is very experienced with like Orie, like yeah, Orie Batista is her, like Batista is like quote unquote like her best synergistic partner, but the team isn't as impressive as I think S that could be, because S has projectiles. She has that flexibility of, yeah, not only can I rush you down, I can zone you out too with Batista. And I think having access to that does warrant her bumping up. And I also think S Elizabeth would be kind of toxic too, for a very similar reason of like she kind of just like Mitsuru with project. She's like she's Mitsuru, but trades her great ground buttons for having good projectiles. Um, like Mitsuru is definitely way better because like the tools like kind of come together better. But like, yeah, I'm kind of agreeing with Atkins that like we could have a conversation about moving S to 4.
Yeah, S Batista, S Elizabeth, S Hyde, S New. Pending if Yuzu moves or not, S Yuzu, S Wald. She gotta be a 4, bro. I that's just me though.
I'm seeing the vision. I'm understanding. Yeah, I'd say move her up. I don't want to see that.
Yeah, like this character already is kind of like almost a high tier, if not like in some might be in high tier. So like, yeah, that feels right for now. Any other characters, guys, that you would like to move around and discuss?
I think that was I'm cross-referencing my list. I think that was my biggest qualm. It might be time for the Yuzu conversation.
Okay. The Yuzu
Unless somebody has
conversation.
anything else.
Nah, bro, I had her at 5.
Okay. We will have the Yuzuriha conversation. So I think in general, if she were to place at a 4, I don't think anything that she would have would be super toxic. But I think we could say that for a lot of characters that could be like 5s would be 4s. So, do we rate her under the philosophy that she is just that strong enough that we feel the need to limit her, even despite the fact that we don't think any of our teams are going to be that toxic to play?
This
Because
is like
that's
the opposite of S. To where it's just like I was like S needs to move up because this shit is stupid. Where it's just like, yeah, removing it's a philosophy thing. To where it's like it would be moving Yuzu up because like maybe she fits the grouping of the 5 characters better. But I think the teams she has access to in 3 are just like, oh, that could be interesting, which is the point of the tournament. Like, well, I guess it's not. There's multiple points to the tournament, but like it is to like try new things. But like the ones that you have in 3, I'm not looking at it like S, whereas it's like I'm looking at S, I'm looking at 4, I'm just like, dog, these are like fucked up teams. I'm looking at 3, I'm just like, these are teams that somebody could play in this video game tournament, I guess. And like if somebody wants to like put in the time to like try it out, I'd be interested to see what the result is. I'm not interested to see the result of S, the bullshit I named earlier, but could be biased. She's also hot, so I mean, you know, I want to see more of her. You know,
Mhm.
I'm biased.
Yeah, I'm sure there are definitely people that would agree with wanting to see more of her for one reason or the other. But yeah, Cheap, what do you think? Since you're the biggest advocate for her being in 5.
I don't know. It's like a weird case because I don't necessarily see too much changing with her having access to 3s as well. Like instead of just being limited to the 2s and 1s, but also it's just like I'm still biased, man. I'm still gonna say it. She's fucked up, bro.
I don't know.
Yeah.
This girl's fucked up.
I'm thinking about it a little bit more. Maybe Yuzu plus Gord would be annoying. Maybe Yuzu plus Gen 6P could be annoying. Maybe Yuzu plus Mai could be annoying.
Yuzu
Oh,
Mai was a team back in the day.
Yeah.
I remember that much at least.
Like I'm just thinking about it and I'm just like it all comes back to teleport assists.
Yeah,
It
that's
really
what I was
just
thinking too.
like it really a lot of it just comes down to teleport assists because it's just like it is so easy. It is so easy to just do that.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
it works almost no matter who is with her.
All right.
In my opinion, the most comparable characters to Yuzu in this tier, and obviously not a perfect 1-to-1, would be Jubei and Blake. Is she a step above Jubei and Blake?
Yes.
Or okay.
I mean, yeah.
Yes. Immediately, yes.
I'm like inclined to agree. What do you think, Ethan?
Yeah, I'm in general agreement on that.
Yeah, I agree with that. And if we're gonna place Jubei and Blake, who are characters that also set up sandwiches pretty, like, quote unquote, pretty easily, then like, yeah, Yuzu 5 is just it fits. And I don't think much changes because of that, but like I think just to remain kind of consistent in her ideology, like, yeah, like she's way better, like solo and as in a 2v2 than Yuzu or than Blake and Jubei. So like the solo flaw is there, but like purely because of comparable characters in the tier, it's like, yeah, get her up to 5.
Yeah, and I think like comparatively speaking, like the angles that she can approach, like say for example, like with Blake and Jubei, they have like one, maybe two paths they can take in terms of getting you to sandwich. Yuzu has multiple. And she also has the advent of like faking people out by just doing like a teleport. But like, you know, A teleport puts her in the same place, B teleport puts you behind, and C teleport puts you above and behind. So like she has multiple ways of just being able to vary up whether or not she wants to put you in a sandwich or not. So yeah, I think like looking on it more, yeah, Yuzu being 5 is fine.
Yeah. All right.
There is like this format is like really interesting because like if you really think about it, let me count 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 11 16, and there's how many characters in this game? Like 53?
Yeah, 53.
Yeah, so like shit, I can't do math, bro. Yeah, so basically over half the cast has access to less than a third of the cast. Because basically everybody that's 4 and above can only be played with less than a third of the actual roster, which feels limiting. I don't know if that's too much against the nature or the spirit of the game. It's something I wanted to bring to the table taking a look at this.
Yeah, like I do agree that like looking at the viable characters, it's just like people are gonna have to play some schizo, and alongside that, there are going to be teams that are like actually make sense alongside them. So like, yeah, that is a definite conversation to have. It's just like, how much? So here's a theoretical solution that I'm not a huge fan of, but like if we slap the support criterion to be a 3 instead of a 4, how much would that change?
I think that would shift this ratio list around pretty drastically.
Yes.
Because like that just
Yeah.
like I mean, look for example with S and how many teams we were saying like I don't want to deal with that shit. Now she has access to it, and like everyone in that 4 list now has access to some like those support characters as well. So it's like if the support characters in their placement are our metric, I think this would drastically change if they were brought down to 3.
Yeah, I think it's just like it's kind of just the nature of this format where like we either have to be too forgiving to the point where we allow too many genuinely like meta relevant ish comps to exist in this format, or we're harsh and we don't allow a lot of that but limit the pool, which is kind of like just an inherent flaw of doing this ratio tournament. And I think a big part of the reason we're even yapping about this in the first place, because this is like a hard metric in order to get. And honestly, at least in my opinion, I think it would be interesting if we had the most limiting ratio format currently that has been run, just to see how people feel about it and generally see how that would look in terms of what gets played, how it gets played, whether or not, and most importantly too, like whether or not people do enjoy how limiting this format is and if they feel like it's refreshing enough. Because that
like
does affect things.
Yeah, because that's the other thing too. It's like, yeah, it might be restricting like the character choices a lot of the time, but I feel like the other contributing factor is, well, that's kind of the point of a ratio tournament, is to limit things. It's to make it so that, oh, you have to think outside of the box in terms of your team comps now. You have to think, oh, what, like the team I usually play is not viable here. What do I have that I can use to actually like play in this format? And I feel like that spurs, necessity is the mother of invention, I would say.
I agree. I think my fear is that like I think that is a concept that I think 5s and 6s should have to really contend with way more than 4s. But right now I feel like 4s are almost dealing with that as much contention as 5s and 6s are. And like that makes up like over half of the game. Let me pose. I'm gonna name 5 characters that are currently 4s. And I want to see what the thought process is about where they currently stand. All right. The first character I will name is Azrael. What is the thought process of where Azrael currently stands, and could he get away? Just to like, I mean, maybe it sounds like I'm the liberal one of the group. Maybe it sounds crazy, like increase the character pool of 3, but I think 3 could use more options. Maybe not supports, right? Maybe not supports, but maybe just like more general options, so it doesn't feel like so constricting. What would be the thought process of Azrael?
I like are we talking about like why he's in 4 compared to 3?
Yeah, or the notion of potentially switching him to 3.
It's definitely like the feast or famine like high roll that you're playing with Azrael that just like puts him just like he trades all this stability.
Azrael was. Wait a minute.
What
I'm
happened?
sorry. I noticed Azrael is my bad, but yeah, go on, my bad.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like before E30 even talked, I was like, I'm already seeing potential here.
My
My bad.
Wait, did you want to talk about Azrael, or am I having a stroke here?
No. You were talking, and I looked at the list and saw Azrael Liz, and I had a vocal reaction. And my bad for interrupting you.
Oh, okay. No, I think the reason why he's enforced specifically is just because um, like if we're talking about like some of the purest like high roll that he can have in this game, like he's effectively a 2-tap character regardless of who's on screen alongside him, and I think that's just like in terms of potential, he's just like very much above the characters in 3. And I think his shortcomings aren't enough to put him in 3 either. In terms of like him struggling as a solo character effectively.
Yeah. It's such an awkward thing because of our criterion of a lot of the supports being in 4, like that I mean intentionally so does limit who we can put in 3 and have it not be like, nah, this is too toxic. Which is a big part of the reason why we even put the supports in 4 in the first place, is because like, yeah, if we give people an inch with support characters, they'll take a mile and they pretty much will dominate the game. Like Batista at 3 is like opens up so freaking much, it's ridiculous. And even the notion of putting some characters in that we have in 4 into 3 would kind of like ruin that mentality, because like, oh wait, we're allowing this one messed up thing anyways, then like what's the point?
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. That might be the way the cookie crumbles, man.
Yeah.
Damn.
I really do think that we're very much in a catch-22. We can only either be hyper limiting or hyper generous, and like I'm personally of the opinion we should be hyper limiting.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I feel like, God damn it, I'll continue. I feel like being hyper generous, as you said, is just going to just cause things to be more homogenized. I feel whenever it comes to people like selecting teams or something like that. So I feel if we're not limiting, it's just gonna be like something like Liz, Batista, like something like that +1 for a lot of these. That's how I feel.
Yeah. And like honestly,
I think
sorry.
E30 had something else to say.
Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry. Yeah, it's late. I forgot. My bad, OG.
What? E30?
Yeah, he may be AFK.
Okay.
Be right back after after these messages.
Bun, dun, 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 dun. I mean, I'll build upon that and say I hear what y'all. Listen, man, I'm part of the problem. I'm looking at this list. I don't know. I don't know what I would say. I have no idea, bro. What the? This would be challenging to say the least, but probably a fun challenge at the end of the day. I mean, I can put my money where my mouth is and play Linne.
It's true. He's pretty open.
I mean, I've played Ragnar Gordeau before. Atkins was a witness to that.
Yeah. Wait, I was? When was that?
The Otaku.
Ragnar Gordeau?
The auction.
Oh, that's
yeah.
CEO. Freaking CEO 2021. My God.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was almost, that was 3.5 years ago. Man, that was crazy.
I hear some shuffling on E30's side Are you there?
Yeah, I just got back.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. We're talking about as.
I think I said my piece.
Okay.
Because I remember like whenever like we were bringing up like things being limiting or generous, you had something to say and then I interrupted.
I can't remember.
Okay.
That's completely fair. It do be kind of late. We gotta wrap this up soon. Well, Atkins, you said you had like 4 other characters you want to talk about. With what we have discussed, do you still want to discuss
Nah,
those characters?
no, they were all like just trying to populate 3 more to give more options for characters in 4, but it's like a catch. Like you can't really do that because it opens up the floodgates. So I think I'm content with those as is.
Yeah. Is everyone fine with the current list we have?
Let me just once over it just to make sure. I think it's fine.
Mm-hmm. E30, how about you? I think he might have gone AFK again.
That looks good.
Unfortunate timing. Oh, okay.
Okay.
I was just
Okay.
pondering it.
Okay. Yeah, fair.
We're ready.
I'm in agreement. This is a list I am pretty happy about. But yeah. We'll end this off soon, but I would like to ask everyone, like one simple question. What character do you guys think will be the most played? I'm curious. Just off the top of your head. You don't have to think about it too hard.
Okay. That we think will be most played or that we want to be most played? Because those are 2 different questions.
You know what? You can answer both.
Okay, I want to see Tank. I want to see Tank be the most played.
That'd be sick, yeah.
That would be really funny.
How about the unfortunate reality?
Unfortunate reality. Huh. Honestly, I this is I'm you said not to think about it, but I'm thinking about it.
Oh god.
I hate it. I don't know how many people would even do that. No, not the people wouldn't do that. I'd probably say Hyde.
Hyde. Okay.
Yeah.
Either you Atkins or Ether. What do you guys think?
I think I don't know, man. I don't
That's
really
real.
know, honestly. Uh, Maybe Gordeau or Ragna is what I would say.
That's fair. How about you, E30?
feel like probably Vat or Wald.
Gotcha. Yeah, I actually completely agree with you. Like with Vader Wall, just because they're the relatively strong support characters, and I feel like that's where people will gravitate towards. That's funny that like we all named a character in 4.
Yeah.
I don't think people that play 6s or 5s are gonna play them characters in this format.
Yeah.
Like, just straight up, like maybe for some counter picks, like the 9 example I mentioned earlier, but I don't think people would play them. Most of them.
Yeah. I I am inclined to agree, but that that is the last thing to ponder on this very long episode of the Loncast, episode 4. Thank you really, I'm the guest in this. Like, I know it's called the Loncast, but shout outs to E30 for coming up with this idea and talking about it to Master Chief. And we're gonna be having this is sometime in the future. I don't know when this is gonna be uploaded, but sometime in the future. But yeah. Any closing statements you guys have before we end it off?
Fuck hard Ino.
I agree.
I don't want to lose my job.
I have to legally be opposed to this statement. Dave is listening. Big brother Dave is listening, so yeah, I don't know. I mean, overall, I just hope that I hope this I know there's been past ratio tournaments in the BB tag scene, and there's been different parameters, and I hope that this brings a new perspective, and it fosters some new forms of creativity with our format.
All right. Well, I say since this is a WNF podcasting crew, there's only one way to end it, and E30, why don't you do the honors?
All right. All right. Thanks again, everyone, for tuning in. This has been the Longcast episode 4. Hope to see you all next time whenever Lon drops an episode. But as per usual, all good things must come to an end. So for now, stay safe, stay beautiful, drink your water, tell your friends and family you love them, but most importantly, shout outs to
Shout
Bird
out
Gang.
Shout out to
Bird
Bird
Shout out
Gang.
to Bird Gang.
Have a good night, y'all. Peace.